Hey folks, good morning Nordvik. How's it going everybody? I'm setting up for the finals, which are going to be in like 20, 30 minutes. But, you know, I just felt like not being alone, so I came online while I work on it still. So, yeah, and if I get set early, then we can look at a game from Tata Steel for fun. Are any of the games still going on live right now at Tata? In Wake on Zay. Close down my music. Esipenko still playing. Dubov is making headlines. This stream will have 0 eval bars, as always, Urxor. You know what it is, as they say in the rap world. You've been around. You know your way around a dojo. The idea is to put this thing here. Um, Duda Caruana is live as well, huh? Cool. All right, let's set up these things here. I should have set this up better before I copy pasted it around, but okay. Hey, Chest Chill. What's up, friend? You're not going to find any suckers here. Just so you know. Nobody in our channel is going to buy any NFTs from you. Or other pickles. So you can have to go fishing in another channel for your little fishies. Everybody here is rated over 300 minimum at life. So some of us may be 300 in chess or 2,000 in chess, but in life, we're all over 300. All right, so let's give this a gentle little background. I'm good at estimating at chess numbers. I'm good at estimating elos. Yeah, you can see I said the right thing, right? Because that chess chill fellow went off to fish elsewhere immediately. Immediately. That's direct communication, Holmes. Never said what I thought of that pawn sack. Well, I sort of implied it, Nordvik, by saying I couldn't figure out what the point of it was. I don't know what the point of it is, other than to be down a pawn. You do have time to change a diaper, Mitch. Yeah, we got 30, 40 minutes before game start. We haven't even started the pre-show yet. We haven't even started the pre-show. Nordovix, you've got quads today, huh? I mean, obviously, after you sack the pawn, your opponent has a doubled pawn on e5 and an isolated pawn on c6. So, like, you know, their position is not a full pawn ahead. Oh, man, that second S is missing here. Thanks, Urxor. I keep, like, in my head, I said it. I said the second S in my head. Let's get your eye back in the frame, my friend. All right, there we go. Okay. Actually, maybe I'll unbold the names and bold the name of whoever wins the match. No, we can tell from the scores who wins the match. I think this is fine for legibility to just have them all bold. All right, chat. Let's collab on this setup. How does this scene work for you all? Does this work? Well, you had 2 moves of development up on them before you sacked the pawn. I just don't think the pawn, like, does much for you. put the logo more to the left and the final straight. Yeah, I'd like to, Charlie, but the logo is in the template. I can't move the Ultimate Sensei logo. The double me on camera is because there will be a co-commentator later. I could hide the door for the moment while waiting for another commentator. I guess this we could take off. Yeah, no, I appreciate it, Charlie. That I would definitely want to fix. I'm glad that we're in agreement on that. Chess.com screw up the board if I look at multiple games. It will, Waffle Truck, but I've got multiple games open already. So I'm ready for that. Yeah. Everybody get your brackets in. There's a scene where we can see the players too, Legyon, yeah. For the moment, that scene doesn't have the players because they haven't joined the Zoom call yet, but they'll be here. But yeah, that'll be here. The area where you see my head, it'll be like tiled heads all over the place there. Break out. You made predictions with yourself in there. And this is fine for just chatting while we don't have that board up. Nobody's gotten more than no individual player has gotten more than 30% of the vote to win the whole thing. Hey, Gaurav. Dubov's forfeit? I'm following Arjun Dorj MC. I've had my eye on Arjun for a while. V could be left of the logo and finals could be right of the logo. Oh yeah, Paulie, and that other thing you think? Dubov is immature. Oh man. That's too bad to hear. Okay, so you're saying here we could put the Ultimate Sensei finals. That might be better for this screen here. Show title to the finals. So I'm one of the senseis, Gaurav, yeah. Not in this show, Ultimate Sensei, but I'm one of the senseis in this dojo here. Okay. Let's try this. Let's try Paulie's suggestion and see how it looks, folks. We're going to do something like this with it, right? Dubov has COVID positive and refused to wear a mask. Oh, man. That's really lame. All right, so I'm trying to do Paulie's suggestion here, and folks, you can tell me if you think this looks better this way. Was this a really cool idea from Paulie? Is this better? Should I line up the words so they're on the same level? Like that or something? Yeah, I'm with you, 17. It'd be pretty awesome. And you're out of gum. So you've only got one thing left to do, Gaurav. All right, guys, is this an improvement for the title in this view? This poly idea of putting V on one side and finals on the other? Let me just get like a vote up or down. I think it looks better than what I had. I think it looks like clearly better. Hal Guild is doing a thumbs up, I think. Freddie Potzer says it's better. Thanks, Paulie. You saved the show. I should center the text as a whole instead of center aligning the logo. Man, I don't even know what that means. Center the text as a whole. Center. Hey, Cartier, thanks so much, friend. Thank you so much. Center the text as a whole. Oh, I think you mean it should be like centered over the video cameras, which unfortunately I can't do. That's probably what you're saying I should do. I can't move the logo. Yeah, I can't move the logo. I have to work around the logo, Bob Dole. So that's like the trick. Like I try to figure out with like spacing. The finals is like one element and Ultimate Sensei is in the template. So I tried to space it around it to do the best I could with Polly's idea. Yeah, so whatever we have to do has to be around that logo. Woo! Folks, it's almost here. Does anyone have any idea who's going to win today? Because I do not. Or tomorrow. The final match will be tomorrow. We got 2 matches today. Or 8 matches today. 2 rounds of 4 matches today. We're all winners here. Nice, PB. It's true that just by being here, those of us who don't have to play are already winning. Baron's got the bracket filled out. Do you guys think that when people fill out the brackets, they lean a little bit towards like people they like more, or do they lean a little bit more towards people they know more just because like they know their strength versus people they know less well? Oh, if you want to fill out the bracket, HP Bob Dole, here in the season 2 command, you can find it. It's like slightly roundabout. You click on that blog, and then within the blog, there's a link to the bracket. But I think it's useful to do it through the blog because the blog will show you the bracket, so you know what you're picking. Otherwise, if I send you just straight to the Google form, it'll just be kind of confusing. I don't know who Andy Guitar is, Gaurav. But I'm David. I'm one of 3 teachers here in the chess dojo. We got Kostya and Jesse and me taking turns doing shows. Kostya is one of the competing senseis, in this season's show, along with 3 guest senseis, really fantastic teachers that we found from around the world. The form is super confusing without the bracket. Yeah. Yeah. Impossibly confusing. I agree. And then even with the bracket, it's confusing. I agree. You say very confusing even with the bracket. It goes from super confusing, no, very confusing. From super confusing to very confusing. Oh, he's got a good YouTube channel for guitar. That's awesome, Gaurav. I found a really good channel to learn drums from, but then my kids never let me watch the videos on YouTube or practice the drum, so I've made no progress. All right. I think I could still take 2 or 3 minutes to eat breakfast here. We got some leftover cereal from one kid and a leftover piece of bread from another kid. Woo! I think if you have to eat leftover cereal, it's better if they didn't put milk in it. Once the cereal's been sitting in milk for like an hour, it's not even up to dad's standards. Mitch, what are you eating for lunch? That's disgusting. Okay, I'm comforted. I'm not sure exactly what you had in mind when you said that first sentence, but it was just too funny. Games start in 24 minutes, Cartier. Actually, Mitch, I have somebody in my household who is like a fiend for the used diapers. We have to seal them away very, very carefully in our garbage can. Puppuccino. She's an aficionado. Oh, Papa. Oh, you poor dear thing. That's nice. You got one animal cleaning up for the other. Oh, God. I don't think I'm going to get my straight face back for the rest of the day after this conversation. Oh, that's ridiculous. We all have the same struggles, huh? And you never knew, right? The stuff you never talk about. The stuff you never talk about. But I guess it's better once you've talked about it and find out other people have it too. Like miscarriages. My partner had a miscarriage many years ago, and I'd never heard anybody talk about a miscarriage. So I didn't realize that lots of other people had gone through it too. And now I know other people are struggling with their pets too. All right, good luck, Chess Talk. We'll see you on stream in a minute. Yeah, it's like 25% of pregnancies, I think. Something like that. Something like 25% of pregnancies. It's like crazy. And I thought it was this solitary trauma. Yeah, it was really terrible. Yeah. All right, is it time to start the pre-show? No, I've got 1 more minute to eat my bread. Let's finish the old cereal, move on to the old bread. Oh my gosh, it's like just about game time. How nerve-wracking. I'm starting to get butterflies. I hope that the contestants are not. Once the game started, it'll just be fun watching the games. I do, Pumpkin. I do. I've got stats here. We can talk about them a bit today for fun. All right, lights, makeup, and hair. Everything's ready. Let's do it. All right, let's go here. And welcome everybody to the Ultimate Sensei Season 2 Finals. Woo! Excitement. The excitement is palpable in my room. I don't know about all of you, but I'm guessing from the tenor of chat that people are ready for this and pretty excited. Welcome to the show, everybody. Whew. I saw a question in the chat from Sophie. She was asking whether there were any elimination challenges. Some of you may remember that early on in the season, there was a plan to have elimination challenges for the players finishing 8th in the last 2 challenges. The elimination challenges were scrapped by reason of they were causing too much stress to some of the contestants. So all 8 contestants are participating today without any surprises or evil twists. I've got nothing up my sleeves, folks. See? Nothing. Nothing. It's just normal. We're going to follow the format we agreed upon. The time control is going to remain 75 plus 10-second increment, just like it was always supposed to be. The players are prepared to play 8 games of 75 plus 10. We'll be here for the next 16 hours testing their fortitude. Just kidding. Time control's 15 plus 5. Apparently, we were causing actual anxiety and so forth. Waffle Truck. I never saw myself as being that evil. I just thought I had, some cool little ideas to make it more exciting for the viewers. But, I listened to the feedback. I changed it. I got rid of the elimination challenges. So we're gonna have normal bracket of matches. One thing that is changed, let's just talk about some changes in the bracket format this year versus season 1, and we can talk about, that makes it clear what the format is for all of you who want to watch and figure out what's going on, and it will also be a chance to discuss why those changes were made. So, basically, last year's bracket was sort of I think a standard kind of elimination bracket where everybody keeps playing. So, for example, after the first match, you've got the 4 winners are basically playing in the winners bracket, and they're playing for 1st through 4th place. And the 4 players who lose in the first round are playing for 5th through 8th place. That's how it was last year, right? And then whoever wins in the semifinals, then you get matches for 1st through 2nd, 3rd through 4th, 5th through 6th, and 7th through 8th. And that's already determined at that point in the progression of sort of the 3 rounds of matches. This year, what we're doing instead is that we're not separating into a straight up winners and losers bracket. So after those players who win in the first round and lose in the second round, in the last round will get paired against people who lost in the first round and won in the second round. So they'll still get mixed back together, and they'll be playing for 3rd through 6th place in those 2 middle matches in the bracket. So you'll still have a match at the end of 2 players who won their first 2 matches, and they'll be playing a championship match. And you'll have 2 players who lost their first 2 matches who will be playing the match for 7th through 8th place. But in the middle, we're going to have 2 matches that are for 3rd through 6th place. And what this does, yes, Pumpkin the Cat, exactly. If you lose in the first round, you can still come in 3rd place, versus in the previous system with a clear losers bracket, winners bracket kind of setup. If you lose in the first round, you can only come in 5th through 8th place. That's sort of your maximum if you win your next 2 matches. What this does is it takes a little bit of the importance off of the first round result. The first round is still going to be slightly more important than rounds 2 or 3 as far as the final impact on your points. But the fact that it doesn't relegate you to 5th through 8th place means it doesn't have as big an effect on your points, and the concomitant to that is that your later matches are worth more points. So it means that the value of each match is a little bit closer to 30 to 40%. Instead of having the first match you play be worth 50% of the effect on all your games, and the next 2 matches 30 and 20 or something like that, right? Or the last match was only worth 15% of your points, really, right? So that's the logic behind it. It means that our bracket's a little bit harder to follow, right? Because you get a winner of a match gets paired against a loser of a different match that was higher, and so the bracket would be a little bit harder to follow at some point. We've got a really cool graphic. Yeah, I can try and bring that up here. Let's see. Home. Da-dum-dum-dum. 'Dum. 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 let me bring that up for you all here. We'll switch to our graphics here. You can see who won the endgame challenge while I bring another image in for this. So we're gonna call it bracket. I needed to have this in here anyway. Nope. I don't know why that got messed up. We'll call it bracket. Why is it not showing up? Huh, it doesn't show up. That's crazy. Oh, it showed up for a second and then it disappeared. Why? No items match your search. Guys, I just got defeated by my computer. That's terrible. Why? Why is it defeating me? I can see bracket right there. What is wrong with me? No! I didn't want this to happen. Not now. Oh. The thing just doesn't show up. I win! Take that, computer! Take that! Take that, you damn computer! Who's the boss? Oh. All right, folks. There you've got the bracket. At least you can tell who's playing who in the first round for sure. After that, it does get complicated. But there you have it. Today's bracket. Move this up. No. I was tiptoeing around that, Fraser. So yeah, thank you. All right. So we are good here. We are great here. I'm going to invite everybody in. Bringing in all the players here.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Good morning.
see. Let's see if I've got everybody. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 contestants at the moment, it looks like. So it's too early to fully switch over to this view. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. I need one more contestant before I can set up the view as prettily as possible.
Who are you missing? I need a.
I can play.
You'll play, Matt, in place of
Yeah,
Seth?
I can play.
You're on his team, right? So
Yeah.
it's kind of the same thing.
Fair substitution.
Seems fair, I think.
Yeah.
The Seth Gambit is a pretty interesting opening for this competition. You get rid of one of your competitors for the coach to fill in. It's a sound sacrifice.
We felt like it's the best practical chance we have, so.
Wow, just vicious on your student right there.
I'm like doing this on the fly.
A quick question, David. Do we need
Yes.
to set up the games, or that's handled for us?
Yes. In about 6 minutes, either you will challenge your opponent or your opponent will challenge you.
Got it.
Right now, Maestro, your current opponent is going to be Matt instead of Seth. So, good luck.
Fortunately, all the prep that I did is
Yeah.
not going to be.
Oh, we play the same stuff, so.
All right, Matt. It's true that a coach should be able to impersonate their students' playing style. So Matt will give us a little bit of a Seth look.
That the coach should impersonate the student. I thought it's the opposite.
I mean,
Like,
the student tries
student
to
should
emulate
follow
the coach. Yeah.
footsteps. Okay.
Hey, sorry, quick thing. I just want to make sure. When we send out challenges, so like if you look at David's right now, he's the screen share. Whoever this is accidentally put in 15 minutes and 5 seconds for the game instead of 15 minutes plus 5 second increment.
Oh, yeah. My bad. Sorry. I put out
Yeah,
the
no,
wrong thing.
it's a easy mistake.
Nice. Sorry. Okay, I'm good to go.
I'm sitting here in the
Okay.
dark. Maybe I should put some lights on.
Di, can you stop your screen share, please?
Oh, is that what I have to do? Shoot. How do I'm
We-
so terrible at this.
It's okay. If you stop your screen share, I'm going to be watching everybody's games on chess.com.
Okay.
David, you can actually turn off screen share for other people.
Yeah, I know I can.
Okay.
I thought that was like the last time you were like, you need to share your screen.
Yep.
How do I unshare? Okay.
It's been done.
All right,
It's
are we
been
good?
done. You're good. Everybody's good. All right, folks. So we will soon.
Okay.
Whoops. Someone else is trying to take over the dojo Zoom while we speak. I'm gonna guess it's not Kostya.
Is it me? Am I doing something?
Nope.
Okay. I was like, dang it, Ty. Quick.
Not
still trying to
unless
set up
not
my
unless
stuff.
you know the password to our Zoom account.
No, I'm just like so terrible at this technology stuff. I tell you.
All right, let me try and bring this in. And for this one, what I'm going to want to do is
Are we supposed to rematch immediately, like after we finish the first game?
yes, no breaks, no quick like call your coach. It's just 2 games in a row.
Okay. And after that, will there be a break, or how does it work?
It depends how long a tie break you have. You get at least a half-hour break between the first match and the second match today, if that's what you're asking about.
Yeah. So I can
So-
just like
So
after
if
the match, we have like half an hour, and then we can come back. I
you
guess.
might have more than that, right? Depending on how long your match goes.
Okay.
But that's the minimum you get. is yeah, the minimum you get is half an hour. If your match finished in 1 hour, you'd have an hour break before the next round.
Are we live right now?
We are live right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I
All
guess
right.
I'll just when I start the game, I'll mute myself on Zoom.
Yes,
You
on
leave
Zoom.
audio.
On Zoom, you'll want to click on a button that says "Leave Audio" when the games start here.
It's down by the mute button. There's like a little hat arrow thing. You just click on that and it says leave computer audio.
Hat arrow thing.
Yeah, on the mute button right beside it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. So first, I'm going to welcome one of the 4 senseis to the show, Matt Kolosowski. Hey, Matt.
Hello, everyone. Hi, David.
Thanks for being here, and thank you
Thanks for having me.
for coaching these 2 guys for all this time. How are you feeling today as we are minutes away from the finals?
Pretty cool. I think relaxed, which I'm quite surprised about.
Mm-hmm.
Really, just no expectations. I'm
Good.
just, let the strongest player win.
Okay. You don't even care if it's on your team or not. You're just ready to see how everybody's improved.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I would like my either Seth or Ty to win, or preferably both meeting the final, and play the best game of the year already. However,
Yeah.
of course, I'm rooting for them, but again, there is no pressure. I think already it's been a very, very good time, very, very productive coaching experience. Also for me as a coach.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just happy to be here, honestly.
Okay. Cool. Well, let's quickly say hi to everybody before they start to play. So I'm going to bring all the players' cameras on screen for a second so that the gladiators can salute the fans briefly, say their goodbyes before going into battle. Good luck to all of you. And thank you for putting on a great show for all of us over all these weeks, through all the intermediate challenges and everything. I hope you all enjoy your matches today. And whenever you are ready to play, you all can go and do the leave audio. So that's even more than mute. It says leave computer audio. It's the second to bottom option in this menu here, off of the mic. And then you can go start your games. I am going to go start following all these people in live chess so I can get the games up for everybody to watch. And then Matt, do you want to tell us if there was anything different to your experience coaching these players over sort of a set number of weeks for a set tournament compared to your normal coaching experience?
It's a tricky one. Because on one hand, we of course, it's even though there's we have this main competition, and obviously we're trying to determine who the ultimate sensei is and the ultimate player, who the ultimate player is. But for the first few weeks, we tried to work on Seth and Ty's overall improvement. So we were trying to see where there is the biggest potential for them to just play better. But the last I don't know, 2 weeks, these were strictly connected with the tournament preparation, I would say. So it was a bit of a mix, because normally, when there is a big event approaching, you can prepare well in advance. And here there was not so much time to prepare. Like, for instance, when I was, coaching someone for the World Junior Championship, we knew that this will be like, 1 year perspective, so you could plan everything in advance, say, okay, this month we're doing this, we will need this amount of work. And here everything is so action packed, really. So
So you've definitely
this
coached
is gonna be
before
different.
with like one tournament as the goal, but usually on a much longer scale than this.
Absolutely. I mean, this was the general tendency, because I've had students just saying, you know what, hi, I would like to get some coaching, and generally I'm having a tournament in a week or 2 weeks or so. But then, I mean, okay, we can do some stuff, and I can do some quick fixes, but I do not really have everything, under control. Whether the student is really going to improve in that within this short time frame.
Yeah.
But yeah, I have experience with in teaching someone specifically for an event.
Yeah. Dai, can you still hear us? Because you shouldn't be able to. Because we're going to talk about your game while you play it, and it'll just be distracting for you.
Is Dai streaming? Or?
I don't know. It just, for a second, it looked like, there, he's gone. He's out. Great. Perfect. All right. Everything's good. Everything's good. All the players have left audio, and we've got 4 games going. Bob, Joe, Jim, and the End X. These are chess numbers with white, and Dai win with black right here. Let's start with your students, since we've got you here, Matt. So let's see what opening Seth is playing here with white. He's played the white side of a Slav defense and bishop f5 on move 4, and he goes for queen b3.
Is it shown because I'm watching the stream at the same time? So or are you sharing this screen, because I don't see the now I see it. Okay.
I'm not sharing the screen on the stream. If you use the stream to watch it, it'll maybe have like a 5-second lag.
Okay, yeah. Now there's
yeah.
What is it, Paris defense, or is it Philidor? I only have e4, d6, d4. Oh, this is now we are jumping to Seth.
Here's Seth. Yeah.
Okay.
So it sounds like the lag is more like 15 seconds. So you might want to open up live chess and watch Seth yourself on your computer instead of through the stream.
I have queen b3 on the board in Seth's games, and I already saw that there was queen b6, knight takes d5, takes on b3.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think we're still within the theory, right? So I'm not sure is queen b6 a move there, but queen b3 is definitely a move, but queen b6, I'm not sure if this is actually okay. Feels like it's dropping the pawn, to be honest.
Yeah, it looks like Seth is winning a pawn for nothing at this point.
Yeah. Well, we'll see, because it can, everything depends how he's still going to continue his development. And we're talking about doubled pawns, so I think this is it's a good opening for us, for the team, but there is still a lot of work to be done. But honestly, if I had this position with white, I would feel extremely comfortable.
Yeah, center pawn is a very, very good start to pick that up within 7-8 moves.
Yeah, I mean, Seth proved that he can be a strong endgame player, so...
That's right. He finished in second place.
I'm pretty optimistic about that, but again, it's at this point and at this level, we've seen such horrible mistakes that anything can really happen. So that's why in the beginning I said I feel relaxed, because I know that I have absolutely no control over the events. Like, even if we prepare, at the end of the day, it's, it may still be decided in just a single move.
Okay, so you don't plan to get excited when one of your students is up one pawn or down one pawn, or...
This is one of my main points, objectives, just to stay cool until I really see the result, because I know that really anything can happen. I've seen Seth playing brilliant games, or him blundering a queen in 1 or 2 moves, so he's capable of doing anything.
So it's just one move after the next.
Masterpiece. Yeah.
Like which masterpiece?
He can Tai can create a tactical masterpiece, but at the same time he can play an inexplicable, move, which then we just scratch our heads and analyze, and neither of us just understands what the idea was. So
yeah. All right, so that's one opening we've got over here. And all right, we're not going to get too excited about Seth's extra pawn, but we can say that he's played the opening correctly. He saw an early bishop f5 in the Slav and reacted with queen b3. That's the kind of knowledge that a player in this 1500, 1600 range should have. They should know that an early bishop f5 could be vulnerable to queen b3. So if you're going to play bishop f5 as black, you think about queen b3 before you play it. Make sure you have an answer. And if you're white, when your opponent plays bishop f5, you can always look at queen b3 and see if it does anything.
Yeah, at least be aware of that. Absolutely, I agree. Especially if you're a Slav player, then this is a really... I'm not sure if is it a tactical pattern? Would you say it's a tactical pattern, or is it just...
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like a mix between a tactical and a strategic pattern, right? Because it's like moving the bishop out. Like the plus is your bishop's outside your pawn chain. The minus is like b7 can be sensitive, or a4 to e8. And I think the knight takes d5 tactic is definitely a tactical point. But queen b3 itself is kind of like a mix of strategy and tactics.
Yeah, you need to know the consequences of playing bishop f5 if you're a Slav player, as you mentioned. Absolutely.
Yeah. All right. So your other student is chess numbers, and he's got white. So both your students have white in the first game. They both earned seedings in the top 4, meaning that they get white if the match is ended 1-1. They'll get white in a tiebreaker.
I was actually wondering if it's good to start with black or white. I've always had these like mixed feelings when you play, because I've played some elimination tournaments, knockout tournaments, where you sometimes you get to start with black, sometimes with white, and it felt like starting with black would give you a little bit of an advantage, because assuming you're going to hold the opponent, then you can pressure for free, and if you lose the game with black, you still have your white game. But if something goes horribly wrong with white in your first game, then it's difficult. But as you're saying, the bonus here is the potentially the third game with white, so I can really see the point of like this being advantages.
Yes, and I agree with you, although I don't have experience playing these matches, only watching them. But I also had the feeling that having black in the first game was an advantage at at a decent professional level, because you've got pretty good chances of drawing, and just having white in the second game to help you out regardless of how the first game went, and you can adjust how aggressive or risky you want to play with white, instead of if you play the first game of the match and you play too riskily, then the fact that you can hold with black the next day won't help you.
That's true.
So definitely I think it is kind of nice to have black in the first game if it were only a 2-game match. Because of our tiebreaker rule, which I should review for the people watching, the tiebreaker rule is that they keep playing at the same time control if a match is tied until somebody wins a game. But it's a single game, so you'll have that chance to play white in game 3 if your match is tied 1-1. If you are the higher seed, you'll get that white in game 3, and if you win that game, then you don't have to play a game with black, so you get that advantage of 1 extra white. I would guess that overall the white versus black advantage just doesn't matter as much at this level. Do you think that it matters much for either of your students or for any of the participants here?
I'm not sure about other students. I'm thinking about my own players. I think no, I'm not sure really. I wouldn't say so. I mean, everything depends on the particular opening. So like there are openings where I know both Tai and Seth feel pretty comfortable in, or certain types of positions, but it's not that that there is some kind of tendency that they would definitely be scoring perfectly with white or doing something really wrong with black. Which is sort of what you expect people to play pretty well with white or score much better with white than with black. So maybe this is something also to to work on, just to make sure that they like the sort of conversion rate of white is much better, that you actually see the actual difference.
Yeah. So what do you think of the opening that Chess Numbers has here? He's facing a kind of Philidor Pirtz kind of defense from black with d6 and e5.
Yeah, I don't like this position from Tai's perspective, because the trick is that it may be difficult to come up with something pretty straightforward, because we've been discussing in those streams we had that whenever you don't know what to do, whenever there's a new position in the middle game, there are two like easy ways to approach the position. One is to look for pawn breaks, and the other to improve your pieces. And even though it looks like White had a more harmonious opening, I'd say, I'm not sure how Tai is supposed to follow up, and he's taking a lot of time here, which is.
Yeah, he spent over 3 minutes, but he came up with a move that you might like, or at least matches with what you said his guidance has been. He played knight e2, which might be to try to play f4. It might be to control this f4 pawn break.
Yeah, it's definitely a tricky position, but I'm honestly not surprised that that we're seeing this type of a position. Because we took a look at a couple of games that the ends X just plays, and this is the fielder the mixture of fielder and Pirts. This is something that was sort of expected.
Okay. Yeah. So apparently this is kind of like close to what people are now calling the black lion, I guess, as opposed to
the black lion,
the Philidor defense.
I've never heard this, honestly.
Yeah.
How do you define that, the black lion?
That's that is I guess maybe Simon Williams like did a course about the Philidor defense, but some version of the Philidor defense where you try to play g5 really quickly and then move like the knight through d7 to g6 to f4 and start an attack no matter what. So a lot of people now who are learning chess straight off of the modern media, they may not even know what the Philidor defense is. They may just think that this is the black lion.
And those names are just so appetizing. Like you have to at least give a try to the black lion, right? And Philidor, it doesn't sound great. And if anyone asks you, okay, what openings do you play? I play the black lion. That sounds really cool.
Yeah, it does sound cooler.
To the Philidor, which is meh. I play the Philidor.
I've played the Philidor.
Nothing special. And the black lion, that's bold.
We've got two other senseis in chat. We've got Hello Kostya and Slow Dumb, both watching their students play right now. Chess coach Andras, I think, still asleep probably. It's 5 a.m. in Australia. He'll join us a little bit later.
I mean, it's shameful behavior. Not rooting for the.
His students will crumble without him cheering in the chat, huh?
Definitely.
Yeah. There's one really dramatic thing that's happened this game that's not in one of your students' games, and that is in the game between Dritman and Nargave. And what happened here is that on move 10, after Dritman retreated the bishop to h4, in a pretty standard Gioco Piano type position, Nargave, aka Morphe spent almost 8 minutes, 7 minutes and 40 seconds, slightly more than half his time for the entire game, on the move g5. And then, shockingly, Dritman took in just a second. And they played these moves in just a second each, and Nargave played bishop g4 in 0.8 seconds. So I guess when he was looking at knight g5, he wasn't just calling up Andras and asking him, like, watch me, sensei. He was calculating ahead. And here we are. He's down to 4 minutes at move 13 to play the whole game.
Well, if he's comfortable in his blitz games, then I think you can still live with 4 minutes. But that doesn't leave you very much room for if there's another critical position where you need to calculate or make a tricky strategic decision, you might run out of time. Although there is the increment, so yeah. But I agree. For what was it, 8 minutes? That's way too much for this time control.
Yeah.
If there was some kind of a winning attack, yeah, sure. When you know that, okay, there's this decision, I have enough time. if I calculate precisely, I know I'm winning. But at this early stage of the game, no, not a practical decision, honestly.
Yeah, Drittman looks very comfortable playing pretty quickly, and Morphifan is forcing himself to speed up as well with King G7. In chat, so, a friend of Drittman's is claiming that Drittman is in his preparation. And Mitch Fabian is that on this key move here, after bishop takes g5, we should have looked at the move knight takes e4 for black instead of bishop to g4. A fantastical move, opening up the threat of queen takes g5. And the bishop's attacked twice. It doesn't leave white a lot of candidate moves that I can see here. And if you take the queen, then it's basically a legal tactic. Bishop f2 check, king e2, bishop g4 checkmate.
Sweet.
So if this was Drittman's prep, there was a hole in it.
Pretty bad prep.
And if this was Morphifan's 8-minute calculation, he also missed a detail. Although, not an easy move to find, but there's no point spending 8 minutes on a move if you don't find the right moves.
I wish it was so easy, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because oftentimes you just feel that there is something, but it might be, your intuition might be misleading you. You know what I'm talking about, and you get frustrated because there's supposed to be something, but you just cannot find it. And what do you do then? You just
sit there burning time.
Yeah, and it's really difficult, psychologically difficult.
Wow.
But this is fantastic.
Yeah, this is like a really, really great tactic. Very, very useful for anyone who plays this opening as black, because I imagine these knight takes g5 ideas, they come up quite frequently in these openings, and you want to know what your options are for dealing with them, right? You want to know about knight takes e4. You want to know about knight h7, which sometimes you can play. You just want to have a sense of what the patterns are for getting out of this pin. So the game went on, without a tactic, and now we're seeing bishop f2 check from Nargave, which looks to me like he's about to return the piece.
I have a slight delay, so if you just give me a couple of seconds, I can maybe
you'll get there and tell us if it's true or not. Drittman is captured. This bishop f2 move might have been strong on a previous move, but exactly on the move when the bishop on g6 is attacked by the h5 pawn, it looks like...
Okay, bishop f... What? Okay, so king f2, knight g... What happens after king f2?
Yeah. Nargave's played knight g4. Drittman's now
takes queen g5.
Thinking, but I assume he's going to take.
Yeah.
Then he'll take on g6. It'll still be complicated. I mean...
But queen f4, queen f3, you're just covering every single check. Plus, this is just a bad decision, I think.
Well, queen f4, queen f3, queen d2, f takes g6.
Okay, so I have to go back to g1. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. F takes g6, queen e2.
But no, actually after f takes g6, what if I just play even knight f5, just to cover the file and start counterattacking?
Yeah, this must be the plan, because if the king came back, he'd have queen e3. The plan is probably to take on g6 with the pawn right away, and then Drittman's going to need to play Matt's idea of knight f5, and that's exciting. Now I can see why Nargave went for bishop f2. Wow. hg6, fg6 have just been played. Wow.
It feels like, because, okay, if it's objective, we would have to analyze this deeper, but it feels like, no, okay, knight f5 may be compulsory. The longer I look at it.
Yeah. So this was a pretty interesting idea by Morphifan, and this one he found in 2 seconds.
Yeah. Very, very good calculation. Now, what I wanted to say was that he probably felt like very uncomfortable when defending. So that's why what he wanted to achieve is just a change of the character of the game, just not to have to defend.
Mm-hmm.
So he was ready even to give up a piece, or even even 2 just to make things more interesting.
Yeah.
Which is I have mixed feelings about, because if you have to, sometimes you have to be ready to suffer for the material advantage you have, because if you're always feeling uncomfortable when defending, this means that something is wrong about your play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But maybe this was actually it's hard to blame him for not seeing knight f5 if this was the case.
Oh, if maybe he overlooked knight f5. That's possible.
Yeah, that would be my guess. But you mentioned that he spent little time on that, so
yeah, I mean he's stayed at 4 minutes for the last sequence. So like bishop f2, he spent 10 seconds on it, but I mean like relatively, like he's been at 4 minutes. He hasn't been gaining or losing time here. So he planned this sequence, which is pretty cool.
And what if white just goes king e1?
Wow, that's
Queen
what Drittman
E3,
just did.
Queen e3, knight e2. I mean, can't you just try to escape from the checks? Cold-blooded move without, just paying attention, saying that you don't have enough attacking resources, so I'm just going to defend.
I need to check if Drittman's looking nervous, because he's like, I think in this kind of situation, you might, as white, you might be thinking like, it looks good, but am I allowing like Scholar's Mate or something? You just don't have that full confidence.
There's pressure, definitely.
Yeah.
I would say, because if I have knight e2, then actually queen d2 is a threat, because if I'm allowed, first of all, I'm threatening to trade the queens, but at the end there's queen h6 with a counterattack, powerful counterattack. So, and the white king is going to be super safe on c2 or somewhere else on the king side, queen side, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
I think it looks very promising for Drittman.
Yeah, he looked nervous for a second, but now it feels like he's okay. He's got plenty of time on the clock, and he's got the move queen d2 here.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Although, we may still see some drama here. I wouldn't expect it, but maybe this is actually the end of the drama, but still.
Mm-hmm.
Rook f2. No, it doesn't feel enough.
All right, he finds queen d2. We're gonna click around and see some other drama as well. Well, Seth has an extra rook, so there's not much drama in that endgame. I was gonna say, could you win this king and pawn ending just off of this king on c5? Well, maybe, but with the extra rook for sure. And then the Rangel versus Falk game, which we've barely seen, just had a little bit of drama here. We had queen b6, threatening to win the rook on e3. Rangel sacks a pawn, trades a rook, and hides the king. So that seems like Falk comes out of this one with an extra pawn.
Again, I will need 10 seconds to tell you if what my feelings are. Apologies. Okay, so I have the position, and knight e4. I see knight e4 is the last move.
Knight e4 between Rangel and Falk. It's king h1 the last move.
Knight c5, king h1, deck 6, king h1. Right. Okay. Yeah. Why just one pawn? Don't I take the second one on queen b3?
Queen b3 here could be 2 pawns, yeah.
Because at the end, I'll just sort of you still have some back rank issues. So I would imagine that even if you go trade and go rook b1 for the pawn on b7, without proper calculation, I would imagine that you cannot really.
That somehow you can't quite get it.
Yeah. That would be my guess.
Yeah, I 100% agree.
Wait, what if I just go queen a6? Am I not winning the game?
Could you instead try to win the game with queen a6? Speaking of back ranks.
I want to, or queen a6, because if you go queen c4, I just try to take on d3. If you go rook d1, I just take on d3 and, sack if needed and go with the back rank checkmate.
That could be a knockout. Does Falk sense the timing of it, or is he busy wondering about the pawn on b3? He was distracted by the pawn on b3, as so many have been before.
You know what? Because I actually read what chat said. They say there is queen f2.
Queen f2.
Which is a good counter-attacking resource.
Okay.
So like you're hitting f7, but if I play queen b5, this seems to be enough because I'm covering the rook on e8. Am I not? But there's perpetual.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
So queen f2, knight d3, queen f7 to h5 there.
Yeah.
So in the game, let's see. The queens are traded by Rangel. So here he doesn't go for this queen f2 move. Would have still been a very interesting move here, right? I mean, if you're down 2 pawns.
True. But then I go queen takes d5.
Queen takes d5, covering f7. Oh, man. Oh, man.
It's good that, I've been trained by Tai tactically, so I know some tricks.
Mm-hmm. All right. And here, Rangel didn't even try rook b1. He knew that there was going to be back rank issues and just played king g1 here. So that way, if Falk isn't careful, he could play rook b1 against him next move. And we've got a 2-pawn up endgame for Falk.
Looks like it might be very good start for Falk, honestly.
Yeah.
If there was some complications involved, just based on the Falk's games I've seen so far, there could still be some issues. I think Falk is definitely good strategically, and as regards endgames, he's strong. Complications, we've seen some issues even in the draft tournament. But in such a position, I would bet a lot of my money on him.
We've got a first result. Dritman carries the game. Here are the moves that we didn't see. Morphy-Fan retreated the queen rather than trading her. And then queen check, pawn check, queen g7 is just a very, very quick counterplay, checkmate. As you called before, the queen h6 would be too strong a counterattack. Rangel here against Falk, to get back to where we are, as Rangel's time is ticking down. I think trading on c5 and going rook b1 is the best chance here.
So we just go for the rook endgame.
Just go for the rook endgame. You'll win one of those queenside pawns back. Because you've got rook b5 coming. Or I suppose rook to b8, rook b5, b6, rook to b8.
And then the king
rook b6, and then the king comes pretty quickly. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it doesn't.
Still, it's a practical chance, I think. I would tend to agree with that. That you need to look for something. First of all, you need to speed up. Because if you have a worse position, at least you need to catch up on time and, let the opponent make the mistake. Because so far, Eric is just not only having a worse position, but also burning time. So it's difficult to come back to the game with that.
Yeah. All right. Dai Win has a queen in his own king's house, but is threatening checkmate in one of his own. Right here, the last moves were queen takes a7 and knight to g4. And this position is very exciting now. Dai Win with 3.5 to 4 extra minutes on the clock to navigate the complications.
Looking forward to see the board again.
Yeah. Especially knowing how thrilling a position your student has. G3 looks like the only real move here for white. And
or queen g1.
Now it's going to be messy. What's that?
Queen g1.
Queen g1 could be the other move, but I feel like then you don't have counterplay.
Strategically you sort of do. You can play rook e6.
Okay.
But this is not Tai's style. So no, I'm not surprised, but I'm really worried about his clock.
Yeah. Really worried about his clock. Sasha's telling us that 2 moves ago, Dai Win had an extra piece. So maybe I'll just back up and see what happened for fun. We had bishop e3 check. Yeah, that'll be an extra piece. Knight f5. Bishop takes, pawn takes, check. Knight e5. just develops the rook calmly. F6, queen g4, castles, queen d4. Ah! Yeah. I understand he didn't want to allow queen g6 check, but a full piece is more important than that. And here we go. h5 is coming. Queen check, king here, queen a3, threatening rook e7. We've got definitely a more interesting position here now that Dai gave back the extra piece.
No, I mean, okay, Set is sorry, Dai is given a second chance, but I mean, he should have lost this already twice at least, but still, it doesn't feel so great.
It doesn't feel so great. Doesn't feel so great. And whose position would you like to have at this point if you were playing a game between white or black here?
After knight e5 black.
Okay.
Because like I'm blockading. It feels like I'm blockading the attack. And h4. I would expect it to be pretty fast. Like I don't see how white is supposed to follow up.
Yeah, I mean, I think white's game plan here.
Black, go rook g8 and play h4.
Yeah. So white stops h4 for a moment, maybe by attacking this knight. I mean, Dai might even sack it, right? Who knows? But rook g8 would be like safer or saner. And then the idea for white that white needs to use at some point this game is c4. There's not much else to do. Otherwise, you're just waiting for your king to get cracked, I think.
Bishop e2. I actually like it because not only it attacks the knight, but also the queen on a3 is protecting g3 right now. So it's a multi-purpose move. And you actually, you know what? Actually, at some point, h4 may be a way to stop black's attack, but at some cost. C4,
that's your
C4
endgame knowledge
definitely
coming in. You're thinking of freezing that pawn on h5 for your bishop for later.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
the pawn on g3 looks like a horrible liability, but okay, at least for the time being. I don't expect this to go to the endgame.
Yeah, no. We've got quite... Well, queen c6 would prove you wrong right here.
What?
There's a way to go to the endgame right now if Dai wants it, actually. I mean, I think all of us want to see a middle game, but knight c6 is the choice. Yeah, I think b4. Okay,
No, why did he?
Good move.
Oh no!
What's wrong?
I wasn't supposed to get excited, and not comment, but Dai just didn't play this well, I think.
Okay. Well, I'm realizing that in this position, if he had just played b4 like I was thinking, he was probably worried about black playing queen c6 check.
Absolutely.
So maybe that's why he threw in the queen check first. And now he played b4 and b6. And, I mean, this looks like a total mess, this position. Two-way street. Maybe a few too many moves with his queen. But what do you think white should be doing, Matt?
Just go all in.
Okay.
Just sack the pawns, go bishop f3, bring the other rook to e1, and pretend there's something dangerous.
Right. Just keep black focused on the idea that you might be threatening them.
Absolutely. Initiative at any cost without trading queens. As long you can give up 2 pawns on the queen side, they don't matter at all.
You just don't want Dai to have time to play h4, right? That's your your concern.
But no, I'm not concerned at that by this move actually, because if he goes h4, I still have g4.
Okay.
But definitely he needs to. Well, now I'm beginning to like that, but I can still imagine the rook infiltrating second rank and Dai blundering some kind of a checkmate there. So again,
yeah,
things will happen. But it looks like, it was much worse some time ago. The time dynamics is also he caught up on time, so I'm analyzing from Dai's perspective.
Yeah,
I'm not pretending I'm objective here. I'm not. I'm clearly picking sides here.
Yeah.
I hope you guys forgive me.
Fair enough. Sasha is too. She's growing gray hairs with every move here.
No, but right now, some kind of a trade to the end game might not hurt. But again, from practical point of view, White should be bringing more and more and more resources and try to finish here in the middle game.
Yeah.
It's the black is suffering. It's not White has nothing to be afraid of currently.
Yeah, I mean, he may not have played the moves in the order that you wanted, but the result of what he did is something that everybody agrees was good for White. He managed to trade 2 pawns that were on the queen side, right? Exposing the black king extra. So he's traded 2 pawns. And he even finally got his rook onto an open file, and now he seems to be winning this game.
You think so already? Oh, we can still expect some action here, I think. But chat, you guys don't see that, but I see everyone in the Zoom, and I can see from Eric, for example, that there's a lot of action going on in his game. I'm looking at Lars.
Yeah.
Can we go there to see their games for a moment?
You want to see which game?
I mean, we can maybe Eric.
Okay. Yeah. I just went to Eric. And he's down a pawn against Falk, and they've gone all the way to the king and pawn ending. So Falk could be winning here with f4, g4, f3, but it seems like they're still maneuvering kings. The white king is actually behind the black pawns here, folks. And let's see how it got in there. There was a rook trade. He's trying to attack them from behind. They're still fighting for the opposition or something. But here comes Falk's pawn.
Just saying that Falk played great.
Yeah, well, he's biased.
Yeah.
So
it's one of those positions. For whatever reason, David, this reminds me of your endgame challenge. I just don't know why, but it sort of does.
Yeah.
Like, I would still add some kind of an element, like the pawn on f2 and trying to go with black for the pawn break. I don't know.
Yeah, there were several games.
You composed this.
There were several games that were decided by people playing g4, f3 in that one. Falk's taking a long time to do it, but finally he remembered that you can just queen your pawn. You don't have to do these complicated king dances. It looked like for a moment there he was trying to figure out the corresponding squares.
I think he was he was probably trying to capture everything so that he gets 2 points for 1 win. Like, he felt like if he captures all of the opponent's pieces and pawns, then there's some bonus. But no, he just...
I'm sorry, folks. I transitioned a little bit slowly, but we had a great smile there from Falk when the resignation came in. Wow, he really... That game meant a lot to him, I can see.
Yeah, he's relieved and excited.
Yeah. And the only game still going. Oh my goodness. White's rook has turned into a black queen. In the game between Bob, Joe, Jim, and the End X. It is hard.
So did Ty blunder the rook?
He must have... I don't know what he did. But he must have blundered something because his opponent has an extra queen. It's hard to imagine how. But...
That's what I was talking about.
But this game is going to go to Team Sasha in the end, I think.
No.
Yeah. You were starting to count that one. I moved away because I figured that one was done myself.
No. No, this is just kindergarten right now. But what did he do? Was this coming some kind of a misclick or?
Let me see.
Miss tactics.
Bishop, rook. Oh, rook c2 check. I found it. He allowed this move rook c2 check. Trading the rook and making a queen. So that's the tactic to watch out for, kids. And why this got bad is because he never brought his king to the d file to stop that pawn. He gave a lot of checks. And yeah. Centralizing the king. Black king got to d4, and that is 1 point for the End X. Wow. And some people were commenting on the high rating that Dai has here. And I can tell you, when I did the seedings for this tournament, so spots 4 through 8 were determined by rating. Dai's rating was 100 points less 1 week ago. Just 1 week ago when I put the players in order for this tournament, so I remember it. His rating was 100 points lower than it is today. So Sasha only had like 2 weeks or so to work with him. But he's gained over 100 points in that time.
Impressive.
Yeah. And now he's got that thing you said where you get to play white with that extra point, and it's sort of like a lot of pressure on black to come up with their opening choice. I mean, it would be if white didn't fall into an opening trap in the first 3 moves, but it would have been a lot of pressure on Bob Joe Jim to pick his opening here. Instead, white walks right into the center fork trick. Wow.
Did he play knight takes e4? Because I didn't see.
Yeah, Dai has played knight takes e4. He's played d5. But he better stay alert through to the end of the game, maybe save a little more time on the clock.
Yeah.
Because Dai is a scrapper. He seems to be able to score from any kind of a position.
It was actually very typical for Dai so far. We were working on his strategy and end games, but I think when he actually won the piece, but the dynamics changed. He was not putting pressure anymore.
Mm-hmm.
He was, of course, the conversion was relatively simple, but Dai was just making progress, and the dynamics really changed. And as long as there were queens on the board, Dai felt really comfortable, and you could tell that.
All right, so in a must-win situation right now are Morphy-Fan, Chess Maestro, Rangao, and Chess Numbers. Let's see how they look. They all look pretty focused. Yeah. Nobody looking too upset. Just focused, just doing what they got to do. Let's click around and see how these games are going. The first one of them to have started was probably Nargave and Dritman. So let's see how far along they are. Quite far along. And if I'm counting right, Dritman has an extra piece.
Already.
Wow. That's good news for him. We had a bunch of we put out a bracket where people could predict what the results would be. Mm-hmm. And let's see. In the match between Dritman and Morphy-Fan was nearly a 2-to-1 favorite in the predictions, and I think I also predicted Morphy-Fan to win this match. Along with a lot of the people predicting.
There will be a lot of disappointment if you bet some money on it.
Yeah. I would never have bet money on these things. I mean, to begin with, I don't bet money, but I also thought that most of these matchups were kind of like 51% chance versus 49% chance. In a 2-game match, the players are so close. This is a really good sign for Dritman, because I think that the toughest thing for him is dealing with adversity. So if he does well in his first match, I was predicting him to lose the first match and then win the next 2. But if he wins the first match, I think he's got a very good chance to win the whole tournament.
He might be our champion.
Yeah. I think, and Mitch said the same thing in his comments about them. I think he said that Dritman has the most variance, like between like his best games when he's like feeling good and gets the kind of position that he likes and enjoys, which you probably know is aggressive, attacking, calculating positions. That then he can have like he can be really high, and when he has like a bad game or a bad result or gets low on time, then his worst moves can be worse than the worst moves of the other players.
That's interesting. I mean, some people have this. It's definitely something to work on.
Yeah.
Like consistency. You don't want to have those rating swings.
We had 8% of total brackets predicting Dritman to win the entire thing. 8% of brackets seeing him as a potential winner of the whole tournament. It's looking very, very good here in this first match.
And who was the favorite?
Oh, who got the most votes of anybody to win the whole thing?
Yeah.
It was by a very close margin Rengao, who is one of the players who is down a game right now. Rengao got 28% of the vote to win the whole thing, which was quite a lot. Let's see how his second game is starting against Falk. Slowly and Englishly. Slowly and Englishly.
Exciting.
Yeah. Now, one of Rengao's strengths. At times during the season, I've been kind of careful, Matt, about saying what I think some of the players' strengths and weaknesses are, because it's not my job to help anyone prepare for anybody else, right? And I know that on the shows that we do on the weekends, all the players are welcome to watch each other's to watch the video afterwards, right? So I don't want to make it too clear, who needs to work on their time management or this kind of stuff, although I can't avoid saying anything at all while commenting, but I try not to be not to get too deep into the players. But now that we're in the finals, we can say these things. Rengao is a player who's got a great strength for always being able to come up with ideas, middle game ideas, strategic ideas, plans, dynamic ideas. So where some people might find like a certain position is like dry or like harder to come up with winning chances for black or something like that, I would say that's never going to be a concern or a problem for Rengao. He'll always find ways to get a game.
Resourcefulness.
Yeah. Yeah, and just good general strategic knowledge or inspiration. He's always, he's always, and in different kinds of structures too. He comes up with ideas. So I imagine he's going to give Falk a very good second game here.
Yeah, but it feels like he's, he might be struggling because at this point, it's not only about finding moves which might be interesting, but also these have to be moves which will enable some kind of imbalanced game. At least imbalanced, because of course you don't want to go into fireworks right away when you're down a game, because that's probably the way to lose the second one as well. But you cannot also just go for clear equalization with black, because after all, you will need to win the game.
Yeah. His primary defense as black against closed openings is the King's Indian defense. And you can see that Falk could have played d4 at any point if he wanted to and chose d3 here on move 6. And then Rengao adopted this sort of, Sicilian dragon kind of setup, which, makes perfect sense here. The most common maneuver I see in these positions is knight e8 to c7 to e6 to d4.
Just for the dark squares, that's true.
Yeah.
But then again, if there's too many traits or, some simplifications, it might be tricky.
Yeah. Okay, but Rengao's gone for just executing a b5 pawn break as efficiently as he could, and here comes Falk on the king side, and it's going to be a dynamic game.
Hope so. We're not here for some boring games. At least not me.
Yeah. Actually, even last move e5 could have been a consideration without f4. Sort of like an interesting thing you can do when the whole queen side's opening up. You can just play e5, trade on c5, and...
But you know what? I kind of like what Falk is doing so far. He's not giving Eric any clear chances. It seems like he's trying to control what's going on the board, have just a little bit more time, which is, from practical point of view, very good strategy. After all, it is Eric who needs to do something. Falk can just play the game, play solid normal moves. He has a very, very harmonious position without any problems. Yeah. I don't think the d4 score is anything realistic. So,
oh my goodness, our rook blunder alert is going off. Rook to c8, bishop d6 check. Dritman's king.
So Mage says it's season 2 of blundering the rooks.
He's just dead. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Snatching victory or defeat from the jaws of victory. Because he just had to not hang anything this game.
Bishop d6. Oh my goodness. No. This was like the only motive. This was the only thing you had to be aware of. Like the check on d6.
The unopposed dark squared bishop working its way through the two knights easily. Parts the seas, gets the king.
Painful.
Yeah.
Really painful.
Whew. Rough. Very rough moment for Dritman here.
History here. Although he's down on time, I think he's like, it will be difficult to recover from that.
Yeah.
Well, that's what we came here for.
Yeah. And Lars looks a little perked up.
So after all, it can be 2-1 for Morphy fan.
Yeah, somebody's asking in chat. The matches tomorrow will be 4-game matches. Today it's 2-game matches, and there are 2 matches today. Tomorrow there will be a 4-game match. Bishop check. Good calculation by Nargate. That wins the piece for sure. Rook 8 would have also wins by resignation, and they are going into sudden death.
Do they know that who's supposed to have white pieces then, or will they just be waiting for
the
entire round? Yeah, but do they know that? We'll see, I guess.
All right. And here they go, game 3. Let's check on some of our other players. We've got Bob, Joe, Jim, and the Index with another opposite side castled position like the first game. So they're giving us the fireworks, these two, for round 1. They're giving us the big fireworks.
In the first game, I think I've had enough of the fireworks. I would just want Tai to win regardless of the style this time.
You came in so calm at the start today, Matt. I was like, I've never seen somebody with such inner peace around their students.
I'm still trying.
All
but
right.
at least I seems to be playing faster this time.
That's right. A healthier amount of time on his clock here. A crazy position on the board. I don't know if I should let you watch your student or preserve your health by switching to one of the other players.
I think I know that we can expect really anything from this position because at the end of the day it will be one of the players giving checkmates. At this point, again, I feel like from practical point of view, white might be... I would maybe even prefer white because white has easier play because the GNH files are already open. even though there's a bishop pair. So
Right.
yeah.
If we just look at the rooks, you've got 2 rooks versus 1. And right now, white's b3 pawn is holding black off. It won't for very long. Once black's played a5, a4, it'll be open season on the white king, but white might be faster with rook g1. Here, black will, or queen g2. And if black chooses g6, you can more quickly switch to the h file to try to break through. I'm going to click around a little bit faster for a second. I know it's going to be tough with your lag.
Can we just take a look at set position?
Yes. So Maestro and Seth. We've got Seth capturing on c3. What just happened here? It looks like both players sacked or hung rooks sort of simultaneously. Let's see. Bishop d4. This is where it all started.
Give my internet some time and then the lag on the...
So move 11. I think these players weren't hanging rooks in this game. I think it was like each player was attacking the other person's rook. So Maestro went for queen c6 here versus like bishop b2 or knight c3. It makes sense. Queen d7 was a good move by Seth for sure, defending that bishop on c8. Queen takes rook, bishop takes rook. Materials equal at the moment. Development. Taking the pawn. Good choice, Maestro. Gets a pawn. And then bishop c5. No! Oh, man. That move's a mistake for Seth, I think. Queen d6. That must be not his best option here. Yeah. Queen c5 check. Good move.
Oh, Seth.
By the Maestro. Knight c3. I guess Maestro's in control of this game. I guess Maestro's in control of this game. So queen d6 was the one mistake in that sequence, right?
Mm-hmm. It doesn't look good for Team Matt, to be honest.
Doesn't look good for Team Matt, to be honest. So this game here, well, Seth's up a game. So this game here, it's Maestro who needs to win to push this match to overtime. And then we've got more checkmate threats coming in here. Queen g2, f6, rook g1, g6. Well, Ty's doing what he's got to do. He's throwing the A pawn at black. Falk versus Rengao. The rook on a7 is being dealt with, no problem. And Rengao also, this h5 move. That's the kind of classy, strategic ability that Rengao has. That h5 stopping white from playing g4 like they want to. And in some positions, black can even play h4 later. And poke at white's king position, depending on how the rest of the center and everything is going. Falk retreats the rook. Position's fine for Rengao, although he should watch his clock a little bit. Then we've got our one game that is already in a tiebreaker. Knight h5. Drittman's going for a similar kind of like attacking setup in the Joko piano. Plays a quick g5. And Nargave borrows a page from the Rui Lopez. What's this called? Knight b8 to d7 in the Rui Lopez. What is that? The Briar?
Or the Zaitsev?
Or the
No.
Zaitsev? Prophylaxis says it's the Briar. We title players never know the names of the openings.
Yeah, that's that, and yeah, I've had this discussion so many times, and I've learned a few already, but I guess people are still, surprising me with new and nuance.
I know like the French defense and like the Sicilian defense, but like when it starts getting into the variations, I'm like, sure. Okay, so he comes up with knight b8 to d7 to support the knight on f6, and he correctly predicts that Dripman would send this knight to h5, so the knight on f6 is thanking the knight on c6 for coming around.
It seems like Nargaev is just prematurely castling in this line, to be honest.
It seems like he's really still under a lot of pressure here, yeah.
No, but you shouldn't allow this idea. Just like the g4, g5 break or the sack that happened in the first game, but they both look very dangerous. And it's the consequence of actually castling too early, I think.
Yeah, the moment he castles, that's where Dripman presses go with the g-pawn. What he changed from last game was playing h6 first, so there wouldn't be bishop g5 to h4. But it makes g4 even stronger to have that pawn on h6.
Yeah, whenever there's h6, it might be just a hook you can attack.
Yeah. I mean, I almost feel like you should move the knight on f6 here to avoid g5.
Or maybe just go d5 to open the position.
Right. Now, the classic Steinitz idea is when they play d5, you just play queen e2, and then you just keep trying to attack on the king side, and it's hard for black to find enough space on the d file to really counterattack you, even though, you know, there's this idea of opening the center. You can only open so much of it. Okay, so he got into this pin again. We had a trade here, rook g1. Jeez. Okay, so it's already winning for Dripman, depending what he calculates or what he goes for. Already a winning position.
Why would you say it's winning?
Well, for example, he could play bishop f6, knight f6, knight takes on g7.
Oh yes. Oh my goodness. Sorry. Yeah. No, I had a different position right now. So.
Yeah.
I had the queen still on e7 with black to move, so I was wondering.
I think even there, black was lost. I don't think there was like a move to save
maybe.
black.
G6 was this.
Right. So g6 makes sense as well. But I think there white can play like just knight h4.
And then queen e6 perhaps.
And now queen e6.
Yeah, it looks horrible, but at least maybe you can give it a go.
Right. So then white like trades twice, I guess, and puts the queen on h5 to threaten knight g6.
There's too much resources.
I mean, I'm hanging queen f2 to g1. Maybe that'll save black. Queen f2. Yeah. Okay, it's not so easy. Have to be careful there. So maybe g6. Maybe g6 and then queen e6. That makes sense. But okay, here we are. Dripman played knight takes g7. And I think black's going to try queen takes h3. And knight e6 to f8 is good for white, but I would probably prefer to put my knight on f5 and try to checkmate black.
Definitely.
I would probably answer queen h3 with a line like knight f5, king h8, king e2, or something of that sort.
That's a good one. I was only considering putting my queen on e2 and then castling queenside, but king e2 is just much faster. So
yeah, your way coordinates all the pieces, which is an advantage.
And there's never time for knight h5, right? For anything like that.
Knight h5. Oh, that could be played. Then it'd be like knight g4, I guess. And rook takes g4. Okay, yeah. That's done. So that's an option. Queen h3 has been played by Nargaev. Dripman's got 10 minutes to try and serve something up here. So he could look at knight h5 check, like you found. He could look at knight f5 and then queen e2 or king e2 or something. He can also just leave the knight on g7 and play a preparatory move.
Yeah, very comfortable position.
Yeah. I mean, I'd calculated rook g3, queen h1, king e2, queen d1, rook d1, and thought, that position's probably winning for white. Even with the queens off.
But, Dritman blundered the entire rook last time.
Right.
Last game, so... like I said at the very beginning, you never know till the end.
That's right. You never know till the end. But a big strength of Dritman is calculating winning variations for himself. So, which is very different than blundering stuff that your opponent can do to you, right? He's pretty good at finding some winning ideas for himself, and he can calculate relatively far ahead. Nordovic thinks everything here seems winning for white. Sometimes it's worse when you've got 4 wins than when you've got 1, because you sort of get confused picking which one, use up all your time, and don't.
Especially if you're just if you don't delve deep in one line, just jumping instead. You're just jumping from one to the other, hoping to see a quick win, and you get frustrated because potentially there's nothing easy.
Yeah. All right, 2 minutes spent. Goes for knight h5. Knight g4 comes in quickly, and let's see what Dritman has planned here. Let's see if Dritman is on top of this position. He plays rook takes g4 immediately. So he looked ahead. He planned what he wanted to do. He believed in his calculation.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing.
Yeah. So he's got to make sure not to lose back his piece here. I think the cleanest next move for white might be knight f6. Preventing, rook g8, embracing the king to set up various checkmating patterns.
Funny thing is that this position is so winning that I wouldn't, be surprised if you just win by playing something like king e2, just dropping the rook on g4.
Just even leave the rook hanging.
Yeah. It has to be so winning so much.
Oh, rook h4 looks like a very good option. The queen would have to go all the way to c8 to avoid a discovered check from this knight.
That too.
You have to really run here.
No, after rook h4, I think you just resign.
That's a great move. Looking good.
Of course, you never resign, but...
Yeah. Never resign in a tiebreak of an elimination match. That's bad strategy. This game's really captured our imagination, but I need to click around a little bit. Look at Falk against Rangel with the king on g3. That's pretty exciting. What happened? Rangel did throw in that h4 move at some point. Yeah. And then knight h5. And knight d4. And he's looking for a dark squared strategy. He puts the queen on d8, preparing to move the e-pawn and introduce knight f5 and all that. And
it's changed a lot.
It's wild.
No, but if anyone goes h4 against you, you probably don't take it.
Yeah, normally against h4 you would want to play g4, you would think. And I wonder if there was a specific problem with that.
Against this sack on g4 probably. But it feels like it's just being afraid of ghosts, to be honest.
It might be. I mean, maybe black should go for it, right? Like if they get to this point. But it's still like white shouldn't be afraid of it. Like you just have to go into this line from either side maybe, right? You get 3 pawns for the piece and a messy position, but you just can't be afraid.
I would kind of see the practical point in playing.
Actually, the king has to go to h1, right? Because otherwise I'm blundering bishop d4 in this position. Chat's always going to yell at me when I hang stuff.
And c takes d4.
Yeah. And
so
then
king h1.
Then the position's
That's easy
just
to miss, honestly, because it feels like bishop d4 is not a playable move because there's knight takes d4.
Yeah.
But once you calculate far enough. Yeah, chat says that Maestro and Set also going to tie breaks.
Chat says Maestro's going to make it to tie breaks. Let's see. He's got an extra queen. That's pretty good. And he's got checkmate coming in a moment here.
I wish I wasn't a witness of that.
Sorry. Those games, by the
No,
way, are
it's
all
fine.
going to go to checkmate. Both Seth and Maestro are definitely like they're going to play out every game. Those two. Wishing each other good game, exchanging some nice polite words to each other, and into game 3. Seth takes back the white pieces here. Let's check in on the game we haven't seen in the longest, the End X against Bob Joe Jim. And it is a thrilling position. Bob Joe Jim's king in check. And the tactics are crazy right here. You might want to look away for a second, Matt.
Really?
King F8. Wow.
No,
Opening up
it's-
H7 because he's got back rank mate. Basically, Bob Joe Jim's counterplay is all back rank mates. He didn't manage to open up the A file yet, so it's all based on, you go rook takes D8, trying to win the bishop on E7 or something. He's got queen H1. You go rook H7, he comes into D1.
It's not the type of the position you want to get if you have 1 minute on the clock.
That is
No,
true.
it feels like it's really it's the end. Honestly, I think rook D to F1. I don't see retie coming back from that.
Well, he's going to have to offer a queen trade here, right? Like queen D5 or something?
But then rook takes F6.
Oh, and just sack the rook.
I
Bishop
would go
takes,
for that.
queen takes, queen to F7, queen H8, king E7, rook E1, king runs. I don't know. It's a mess. Remember that white's always going to have back rank mate, right? Like that they have to defend at the end.
Yeah, but there's draw odds. So if there is a perpetual, he could
Draw
go for the
odds. So
perpetual.
yeah, he could take any perpetual. And Bob Joe Jim's down to 30 seconds, which is maybe the problem. Is just the difficulty level versus Ty fighting his own clock, I think. Here. He does play queen D5, but it takes him a minute to do so. And now he's spending his last seconds not recapturing. Yeah, it's just too slow. Just too slow. Wow. Yeah. Just too much pressure. Just too much pressure. And Dritman, meanwhile, has won in tie breaks, which I think is officially the first person through to round 2. Well, I mean, they're all going to play round 2. Queen D4 check. Bob Joe Jim driving us crazy with the clock here. I hate to see anybody flag, so I can't take it. Matt, you're speechless too.
Yeah, I'm looking. There is still some hope for. No, there's no hope. No.
Yeah. The End X is basically like pre-moving here, which is like insane when you've got 2.5 minutes and you're trying to checkmate the opponent's king.
But is king B7 and he's running out of checks.
It seems like he's run out of checks, and now he's going to stop and use time.
Tai is just, Tai is playing too slow.
Yeah.
Which I'm not blaming him for that. And actually, there is hope if white goes queen c3, there's queen h8 forcing the trade, but you need to find this. And
Oh yeah, he's not going to be finding queen h8 this game, Matt.
no,
Not with 9 seconds. He can play like obvious central moves, but he's not going to find that. Queen c3 played. Queen h8. What? No way. No way. Falk's laughing about something. Falk has just won.
Yeah.
Falk's having a lot of fun today.
Well, if Tai is going to win that, I'm probably going to drive to him and give him a big hug for finding Queen H8.
Yeah, Queen H8. Wow, with 9 seconds on the clock. That said, he lost an endgame that was easier than this last game. And here goes his A5 pawn.
And flagging, or / not flagging.
Right. So I think we cannot predict. Oh, he gets a rook trade. Oh, the rook on C1. Of course, that's why he did it. I'm sorry, everybody. I miscalled that moment. Oh, he did hang the A5 pawn a few moves later, though, for me.
No, I hope he's not losing that. I mean,
Do you dare make a prediction here, Matt?
no, I'm not daring anything. But I mean, because I knew this is going to be super stressful for everyone, players first and foremost, but also for me. So before the competition, of course, we decided, the strategy and the stuff. But I also wrote to them because I knew I had to do that before the event. Like regardless of the result, regardless of how the tournament goes, I still wanted to do a joint session, like a wrap up next week.
Mm-hmm.
So that I didn't want to write anything during the tournament, during the first or after the first day. I knew that any sort of communication will be affected by emotions. So if things go wrong, because obviously they're just winning game after game, no problem whatsoever. Yeah, but like right now, I could say Tai is winning this. He's
going to win this. He's got an extra queen now, and we're going to see 3 tie breaks out of 4 matches. 3 tie breaks in 4 matches, folks. It looks very, very likely here. So the tie break rules are important. There comes in the point. They are now tied 1-1. They are into a tie break. We're going to check on the board of Seth and Maestro, who preceded them into this tie break. And it looks like, again, we had bishop f5 in the Slav. And again, Seth won a pawn with queen b3.
Wow.
Yeah. So somebody's got to tell Maestro about the bishop f5, queen b3 relationship or whatever. Or
yeah, but it looks like this time it went slightly differently.
Yeah, different move order, same pattern though, right?
No, but d takes c4. You don't play that in Slav.
Well, if White played knight f3 instead of e3, wouldn't that be the main move?
Oh yes, but no, not in this move order.
Yeah. Well, it's very common at this level, Matt, for them to play the move from a different move order.
No, but if there's e3, what's the point of taking on c4? You're just, allowing your opponent to develop a piece.
David, sorry for interrupting, but
yes, Falk.
So how long is my break now? Like
you have 40 minutes until the next round. For anybody who's done with their match and is listening in, 40 minutes till your next round, unless the person that you're playing again plays a series of draws now, because we have 2 matches still in tie breaks, in which case your next match will start 30 minutes after your opponent finishes.
But it's at least 40 minutes.
At least 40 minutes.
Okay, so yeah, I'm taking a break. See you then.
Yep. Bye.
That's a nice, actually, advantage, to have the rest, to not have to play all the time, just to clear your head for a bit.
I would say Falk, the only one not to play a tiebreak in round 1, that has to count as a pretty pleasant advantage for round 2.
Yeah. He's probably not going to get too rusty, within 40 minutes or so.
Right. That's right. Not enough time to get rusty. So yeah, e3, d takes c4. As you were saying, the move makes no sense here since White can play bishop c4, which is like the dream move of every Queen's Gambit player.
Which again, I'm happy to see, but not drawing conclusions.
Right. And then, yeah, it doesn't allow bishop f5 here because queen b3 still wins. Gets a pawn, takes a second pawn. You have to watch out for rook c8 here, but I guess he did. And there we go.
Honestly, a emotional roller coaster for Team Matt so far.
Yes. Team Matt
especially Tai's games.
Finding their way into two tie breaks and tie with opposite side castling in 2 games. Yeah, lots of drama for
Yeah,
you.
but you cannot blame him, and you cannot change man's style, just playing style within what was it, 9 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I would love to, but it would probably do the opposite. The effect would be the opposite.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't do that. He
Yeah.
enjoys playing open games with some action going on.
Mm-hmm.
Why would I disallow that?
Yeah. And if you weren't his coach, then as you said, that's the kind of game you'd want to watch.
Yes, of course. It's for the audience. We're just this kind of team for that we just want to produce a good show.
Yeah. I mean, the moment there where Dai played rook takes f6 against him in that last game, I mean, that's if you were producing the show, you couldn't ask for a more exciting moment than this here, right? Like rook f1,
Absolutely.
queen d5, rook f6. It's exactly what you want.
It's like a Hitchcock movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This
But
was just one of the most exciting moments right here. King just ran all the way across the board. Normally when your rooks and queens are on the back rank, they just don't defend you. So like you just get checkmated. But somehow he escaped.
Again, the match is still going on, but I mean, Dai had everything to win this. Win the match, right? If there was a perpetual. If you have if this gives you the win in the match, you just go for the perpetual. Maybe there was an attack. He had 3 minutes on the clock at some point with Dai just struggling to not lose on the next move. So you have to spend more time.
Yeah. I mean, he played really fast, which gave him the chance that maybe chess numbers would just flag. But if chess numbers blundered like a mate in 2 or a mate in 3, Dai might have missed it because he was playing so fast. So I think he's giving up too many of his possible ways to win by leaning on the flagging part.
Yeah, but then you're only concerned about flagging, not really playing chess. And at this point, he had everything under his control, regardless of Dai, would play. There was probably a line which would give him the match simply. So then you need to take the effort to, maximize your calculation then and just find it.
Right. Yeah, our advice might be slightly different if he were in a completely lost position, like down a piece for nothing.
Then you play.
Then maybe you need to play really fast.
Just to make things chaotic, and time is probably then your biggest practical chance. But here you have a better position, plus time advantage.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and as his coach is saying, he was even pre-moving on some of these moves. He literally was using pre-moves, so it was coming in 0.1 seconds.
Again, the match is still going on, but
yeah,
I think it's just regardless of who I'm supporting, missed opportunity.
Yeah. Well, he's going for the black lion again. Knight h5 coming in, trying to outpost on f4, looking for h6 and g5. And that whole plan, we'll see if Tai is able to sort of adjust, adapt, be ready strategically for this situation here.
Well, we didn't prepare for this line, they're just creating things from scratch right now.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, actually, Sasha's saying that in the position where he pre-moved this rook f1, after queen g8, right here, he pre-moved rook f1. And if chess numbers had happened to play king e7, which is really kind of 50-50 here. If he happened to play king e7, then rook f1 would have left the queen hanging on h8 and, the rook hanging on f1 with back rank mate.
But why is Tai playing so slow again?
Why is he playing slow? He decided that for all the good that you've done for him, he just wanted to give you heart attacks.
No, I'm just sending him the medical bill, so I will get everything reimbursed.
That's good. That's good. We need that. Let's see what's happening here with Seth and Maestro. The queen retreats out of the way. Maestro gets the bishop pair. Seth's light squares look weak, which could be a source of some counterplay for Maestro potentially. And Maestro's just hacking away at the position, trying to create some space for counterplay before Seth, develops the rook on h1.
doesn't feel I mean, I always hear your description first before seeing the actual board, so it doesn't help really, because it's every time you start describing the board, it's I get the perspective of something being horribly wrong with their positions.
Your mind flies to the worst.
Yeah, like, oh no, not again.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, if you ever want to avoid that stream lag, you can just go into live chess and watch them yourselves, right? You can observe. Seth
and chat is
Bob
suggesting
judging.
that I actually go watch my players' games, but I really don't want to do that.
Yeah. Doesn't want to.
I'm just taking the result they're going to produce. It's whatever happens.
Yeah. I predict that Maestro's going to trade on c3 and play queen a5. I think he's just going to keep just trying to smash his way through White's extra 2 pawns here.
Coach, medical bill inversely proportional to students' rating. Interesting.
Yeah. And Maltsev said something absolutely hilarious in Russian, Matt. I'm not going to translate it for you. But
I can read Russian. So.
Yeah. Absolutely hilarious. These two players pretty close on the clock.
Commenting a gift.
Wow. Maestro found a better move than me, Matt.
Oh, I don't have the board right now. I'm not sure why.
That's okay. When you see it at some point, you'll see that Maestro found a better move than me. Oh, I guess that'll give you more heart attacks because he's playing against your student.
Yeah.
But anyway, he came up with a good move. So
I appreciate it.
So good for him, right? Knight b4. Very nice. Very nice, Maestro. That puts some real pressure on Seth here.
Wait, but if I just... I can just go knight e5, no?
You could, yeah. Knight e5, then knight a2, right?
And rook a1.
Rook a1. Knight c3.
Yeah. Pawn takes. Rook takes c3. Better pawn structure.
Yeah. But that's good for black, who was down 2 pawns 2 moves ago, right? I mean, it's like a pretty decent try. No?
Not, yeah, of course, objectively, yes. But not necessarily bad for Seth, considering that the simpler the position, the better practical chances he might get.
Oh, okay. So like the computer will be happy, but Seth will be happy as well, because
yes,
he can just play that position.
Because the alternative is what? Castling.
Yeah, and then bishop d3 he has to calculate.
Queen d2, bishop f1, bishop b4.
Yep.
Rook c1, queen c1. No, maybe not rook c1. No, rook c1 is okay. Queen c1. And the rook on f8 is hanging, and the bishop on f1 is hanging as well.
Yeah. It looks like he keeps his 2 pawns for free in that line. It's just a lot crazier to calculate. I'm going to show people what you're talking about.
I'm sure they know what I'm talking about. Yeah, this looks comfortable.
Yeah.
Sometimes my coach goes to bar instead of watching live broadcasting. That's why. That's Sasha, right?
That's Sasha, yeah. Do you have a coach, Matt?
Currently, I don't.
Okay.
Which, I sort of regret, but honestly, I'm not saying I gave up on my chess dreams, playing dreams, but recently I haven't had enough time to work on my chess. Which I sort of regret, but then again, it's difficult to teach people and play professionally or pretend to be playing professionally.
Yeah.
But then again, with proper coaching, you can actually get great guidance and in my case, maybe get the missing part, which is preventing me from getting Grandmaster title. So you are always wondering, what if?
What if? Yeah.
What if I invested more time in my own progress rather than teaching people, showing kids how castling is made actually.
How castling is made. Yeah. Okay, well, Seth is deep in thought. Let's see the action on the other board. The following moves were played. We last saw bishop g5, f6 from Dai, avoiding the dark squared bishop trade. Interesting. Bishop e3, g5.
Dai is playing so fast. I mean, it can be, and it's difficult to play people like that. That whatever, you don't even know if they calculated everything or are they bluffing. But he's super fast.
And now Bob Joe Jim playing fast too. I mean, you would think he would play queen h5 check here.
Or queen g4. Queen d7, rook d1.
Yeah.
But what I like about this move actually is that after knight g4, what are you going to play? Castles?
I guess so. I don't play the black lion myself, but
yeah, but if you play short castle, there's knight h6, and then there's knight f5. So this is the part of sort of maneuvering we've been working on. So I could maybe hope to try to find that.
Yeah, it's a good maneuver. It's even better with your queen on h5.
I know. You don't need to tell me that. I know. I'm just trying to be optimistic about.
If he plays knight h6 now, on the other hand, queen h5 will still be really good.
I guess knight g7 then is the only move.
Knight g7 would be the only move. Yeah.
However, what I like about Tai's strategy right now in this game is that he's not going into sharp play. So at least he accumulated so many pawns in front of his king that probably he's not getting checkmated there. Or I should probably not say that. There is less risk of getting checkmated in the early middle
he's
game.
Playing this game calmer and more strategically, blocking off what Dai wants to do. Now is going to be a big moment to see if he finds queen h5 or not.
He didn't even consider that because he blitzed this out. But if queen h5, then what is he doing?
I mean, king d7, rook d1, king c8, I suppose.
Castling by hand.
Yeah, with the rook.
Legendary castling by hand.
The rook's staying behind.
Wait for it. So, okay. King c8, rook d1, king c8, bishop c5, knight c5, queen takes g5.
Oh, that's a nice move. I'm going to show them that.
Yes.
All right, folks. What move did Matt find in this position?
Can I participate in next season? Like, can I be coached? Are we planning to do?
Are we going to do a season at some point
for international masters where grandmasters would be coaching international masters?
We can do that eventually.
Would that be?
We can do that eventually. That would be really exciting.
Season 25.
Season 25. Yeah, we were planning that the next season would be 1,000 to 1,200.
Okay, there will be. It will be tricky because the lower the rating of the players, you would have to get some health insurance probably for the coaches.
Yeah.
I mean, would you coach this rating group with
I would, sure, yeah.
No, I would too, but gray hair, balding, no. You need to get a proper recovery after that. Okay, so Tai went for that. I mean, he didn't go for the sacrifice, but he went for the position after queen h5.
Yeah. He did trade on c5 first, so the black king's got one extra square on e6. It doesn't have to head to c8 here.
So like giving your opponent the chance to make an even bigger mistake, or just a mistake, right?
Yeah. And it
But
looks.
I'm actually wondering, maybe there is a, like, once you know your opponent is not going to castle, what if you just play king d7, queen g4?
Mm-hmm.
So that, because I'm not sure, I mean, I like the line I gave with the queen g5 trick,
Yeah.
and I think it's actually something Tai could find in a game. But you might feel like with king c8, the black king is sort of going out of the danger zone.
Mm-hmm.
And we again see some kind of a position with, both kings potentially being under attack, sort of artificial opposite castles. So what if you just instead try to maintain the initiative and go king d7, queen g4 check? I would expect king e8, and then a move like b4, just to see where the knight is going. And if there's knight d7, queen e6 check, this looks really bad for black. And if black goes any other square with the knight, you would just bring the rook to d1, just to make sure that the king is in the center of the board.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have queen e6, queen h5, knight f5, maybe h4 opening the position. All of those ideas.
Yeah. It's definitely like an incredibly good position for white here. Knight f5 coming in.
Mm-hmm.
And
oh, but then king d8.
king d8, yeah.
That
Or
was a
king
follow-up.
e6. King e6, queen g4 might be bad because like you just can't get away from her.
Yeah.
Oh, you could go to f7. You could go to f7. Yeah. King e6. There it is.
Really?
Yeah. Bravely. So I prefer to trap the rook on a8 versus like keeping the black king in the center. I would have definitely gone for a variation where you chase the king to c8. I'm not worried about whether or not I can checkmate him. I just, if that rook can't get into the game, I'll find something.
That's true. So like a very practical approach. And then simplify simply, right?
Yeah, I guess I just sort of like, it's emphasizing like the pieces over like what the king looks like, right? It's like if you've got an extra rook, the opponent's king is in danger anywhere.
Fair point.
Okay, queen g4, probably forcing him to find king f7. And on our other board, there's been a lot of action. So we saw knight to b4.
If we just for a second coming back to Tai's game, it's actually an improvement for black, because if there's king f7, black will just consolidate with king g8.
Yeah.
I still prefer white because there is h4, all of those ideas to open up the position, but the king seems to be safer on g8 and ultimately maybe on h8 rather than on e8, e6, whatever it is.
Yeah. I think really the reason he seems safer is because the a8 rook can play, but that's just my sort of
no, you're absolutely correct.
Theory or understanding of it. Like the pawn structure is not better on the king side than on the queen side. But yeah,
better
king
piece
f7 is
coordination
found.
simply.
King f7 is found. Meanwhile, Seth and Maestro, they went into this tactical line with castles, bishop d3, queen d2, bishop f1, and he played rook f1 instead of bishop b4. And here we are. It's the pawn structure from the note boom variation.
No, but no. Set is down on time also with this. It will be difficult.
Yeah. Yeah, Mohammed's doing a little bit better with his time here, Charlie, than he usually does. That's noticeable, yeah. That's right, Nordvik. Seth is usually down on time, but everybody has somebody who's even better than them, no matter how good you are at anything. And Mohammed is even usually down on even more time. And then there's Dritman is also in that competition for the people to get the most downest on timest. He's definitely one of them. But Mohammed, I think, is probably tops in this field for running out of time.
Just give me like 30 seconds. I'll be back. I need to charge
Absolutely.
my phone to follow the games.
Yep. All right, so black has to like try to push this pawn pretty aggressively in this position, folks. And white might be maneuvering the knight to d6. First, they're going to want to play something like queen c2 or d3 just to create some extra weakness for later. Then bring the knight to d6 and try to keep the a-pawn under control. Yeah. Rangao, your name belongs in that conversation too. There's a lot of people in this competition who are good at being down on time. Chess numbers also. Chess numbers, Rangao. More people than not. Let me instead say, is there anybody in this competition who manages their time, who plays really quickly would only be Dai. And is there anyone who manages their time in sort of like a moderate way? I would say Morphe is on the side of playing too fast, but only slightly. He's close to good time management. I would say Morphe and Falk are probably the closest to using medium amounts of time out of anybody here. And then we've got 1 speed demon and Dai and 5 slowpokes. 1 turtle. Yeah. One rabbit and 5 turtles. Falk is the closest to being a reasonable time user. Yes. And honestly, I've got to say, like, today's the first time I've seen Falk like smiling like this when he won his games. I've always seen Falk just like very, very composed and solid, like some kind of stereotype of how Germans are supposed to be. Stereotypes are not accurate, but he always seemed so calm. And today, man, he was enjoying those wins.
Yeah, you can't blame him for that. But I'm also happy to see. I mean, it feels like it was well deserved. I mean, at least the game 1. I didn't really follow game 2, but
yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, I obviously I knew Pumpkin. I've been to Germany, and I've seen my own father. But I'm just saying, actually, for Falk himself, this is like the most emotion I've seen him display while playing in the games here. The game is really exciting here between Seth and Maestro. Seth, I think, correctly poked with queen c2 just to make that little extra weakness, because the queen and knight can often like whip up some things. So it's just nice to weaken your opponent's king a little bit. And then we've got Maestro doubling rooks. Seth sinking the knight into d6. It's an exciting game. Exciting game.
I'm hoping to see some kind of a king g7 knight d8 fork at some point once the rooks are traded.
Oh yeah, the king could like try to protect himself by getting off the back rank. Watch out for knight e8. The knight's got all kinds of hops. The queen should stay on the b1 square to avoid a rook trade, in my opinion, and she does. So Seth agrees with me, centralizes the queen. They're starting to get low on time. On the other board, there's been a queen for rook and knight trade at some point here. And what happened is, after chess numbers played rook d1, the index played the move h5, which is going to be his worst move of this tournament, Matt. I mean, obviously, like, players on all sides are going to play moves that like hang a rook here or there, but like h5, sacking the pawn to invite the queen to your king, is just tremendous, tremendously surprising technique there. And the king is driven out. Things are traded, and now we get a tricky end game. And we'll see how that one goes. Could still go any which way. h5 wasn't the worst move as far as like losing the game by force or anything like that, but as far as like, just being the opposite of what people would normally do. Yeah, no way to predict what the result will be, but wild to invite the queen in like that.
It will take a lot of good technique to win this.
A lot, yeah. Yeah. And that's definitely not something that we've seen from chess numbers today. Not technique yet.
Well, high time he did that. He showed some good technique.
Yeah. Oh, the game has just ended. Suddenly.
What happened?
On time. Maestro flagged.
How come?
How come? Just because.
But he was set had like seconds and Maestro a minute.
Yeah, but he used his minute.
I mean, that's a very good answer. This is how things normally work.
Yeah.
How do you lose on time when having a minute? You spend a minute.
Yeah. I mean, you guys heard that whole discussion about, who has the most time pressure in general. Charlie was surprised to see.
Can I write to Seth, or is it forbidden?
Yeah. No, you can write to him.
Yeah.
Charlie, was surprised to see Mohammed with more time than Seth, and Mohammed corrected it and said, "Look, like David said, I'm the top dog at running out of time." So there we go. We've got Seth joining Dripman and Falk in the first round winners category, and that is one member of Team Matt, one member, and two members of Team Kostya.
Oh.
What? 2 members of Team Kostya? That's not fair, Team Kostya. Now, see, if this were the way the tournament was organized last year, season 1, then just by having your 2 players win in the first round, you would almost have like a 70% chance of like winning the competition as coach, right? Because they'd be locked into that 1st through 4th place. And neither can, and you can't have them both finish in 4th. Like one of them would have to at least finish in 3rd. So your point total would already be sort of locked in. But this year, both the players who won in the first round could end up finishing in 6th place, and any of the players who lost could finish in 3rd place. So we have no idea after this first round who's going to win the competition. That's an advantage to how I've changed the pairings. Okay, how's the technique coming? You want to tell us what we should do if we were white in this position?
Definitely use the kingside pawn advantage, pawn majority. But for that to happen, you would probably need to trade the rooks off, a pair of those, so that there is no counterplay on the king side. And maybe look at the pawn on b7 to create some additional pressure on black. So actually what queen f5, this is also reasonable to centralize the pieces and maybe create some threats. So right now, I think at some point Tai just needs to play h4, but right now he's basically fighting the clock because he has only 30 seconds. So no, it will be... What happened?
He played rook c1. We'll see. Oh my god!
Did he blunder a rook e1?
He blundered rook c1, queen c1, knight e2. He was going for the rook trade. He had the right strategic idea, just like you. And I was sitting there thinking, like, okay, so the main plan is h4, but should he play rook c1 first? And then I said no to myself, and then he played it. All right, queen coming in. Now, He dodged a bullet, but he certainly hasn't won the game yet. He won't have won the game till he thinks of playing h4, right?
Why didn't he take the rook on c1?
I don't know. Dice stopped and thought about that one for a while, but
I shouldn't be watching that, really. It should generally be forbidden
forbidden.
to watch this.
Okay. Are the fans allowed to keep watching?
Yeah, they are. But again, consequences may be severe.
Yeah.
So, just, jokes aside, I think that right now Ty is clearly winning with queen f8, king c7, queen f6. But a moment ago, I want to make a comment that the knight on d4 is a good example of an aesthetic piece, an eye-pleasing piece, which makes a good impression. But actually, I'm not sure if this was a good placement for the knight, because if white's idea is to push h4 at some point, you will need your pieces well coordinated on the king side to prevent the advance of the pawn. With the knight on d4, it looks great because you want to have a knight occupying an outpost. But what is it really doing?
I think the knight would have been really well placed if he'd played rook takes c1.
Oh, definitely. Fair point.
No, I actually think that, because white was fighting for trying to trade a rook on like the d file or the c file, the knight was correctly placed on d4 for that phase of the game. And
yes,
if white plays
h4,
h4, then maybe you need to readjust. But at the time, it was...
What I'm actually talking about is the position with the knight on d4. The position, well, I see it right now. I'm not sure if you made any changes. With the queen on c4, knight on d4, rook on d6, king on e7, what I think is the best for black is to go knight e6, so that you prevent any sort of infiltration with queen c7. Maybe you actually threaten rook d4, but the knight is close to both king side and queen side at the same time.
Exactly.
With knight d4, the knight seems to be a little bit too far away from the rest of the position, and actually allowed queen g8, or what was it, just what Ty did to win the pawn.
Whew. Well, you'll be happy to know that Ty has found his h-pawn. He looked all over the board for 5 minutes, and he found his h4 pawn. Yes.
No, I'm not saying yes. I'm just waiting for the game to finish.
Yeah. It's an interesting strategic point, though, that the knight on d4 seemed to be well placed when there were 2 rooks against 1, and there was more of like a fight still going on on the queen side. And then once you've got 1 rook traded, then it's a bit better on e6, closer to white's passed pawn. Okay, here we're at the last...
taking Ty so long? You just need 1 pawn, literally 1 pawn. You just give up the e4 pawn, just go with the h pawn.
Yeah. By the way, the length of this match means that in the second round, Seth and Falk and Rangau and Maestro will be able to start their games on time, but on the other side of the bracket, Chess Numbers and Die and Dritman and Lars are going to have their round time delayed by about half an hour.
So, I've been mostly interested in making Ty and Seth prepared, but speaking about the format, is there any difference between winning 2-1 versus 2-0, or going to
There's not
going to tiebreaks?
There's not.
Okay.
In this finals, all that matters is winning your match. You don't gain or lose anything for winning it by a little bit or a lot.
Okay, Ty, please don't play queen e7. Please don't play queen e7. Oof.
Yeah.
So basically, all that matters is just a win.
All that matters is he gets the queen. And maybe another queen is what's needed. Maybe another queen is what's needed here. As they fight it out to the end.
Maybe the g-pawn is actually required for that.
Yeah.
Okay, it wasn't.
All
Is
right.
Dai coming back to his pre-moving strategy?
And there we've got the result. That match is now 2-1 for chess numbers. Epic fight. Lots and lots of chances for Dai to win that match. Could have gone either
Roller coaster.
way. Yeah. Your students' matches were very, very close there.
Oh, they're paying for my medics.
Yeah.
Hey, if we're gonna do that to you, at least we won, right?
Yeah, no. Definitely.
All right. And so I don't know if they're listening in chat or in Zoom, but Seth, Dritman, Morphe fan, chess numbers, and Dai. Your next round will start at 12:30 in half an hour instead of now. The other two matches will start in about 3 minutes once we've switched senseis for the co-commentary here. So if you are Rangao, Chess Maestro, Falk, or Seth, I expect your matches to start in 4 or 5 minutes. I'll ask you in 4 or 5 minutes to start your games. So before we do that, Matt, I don't know. You don't have an official commentary stretch tomorrow during tomorrow's show. So
No.
I just wanted to ask you.
I will be traveling actually, so that wouldn't even be possible, I'm afraid.
Okay, perfect. So I just wanted to ask you, like, overall impressions of the season so far. Obviously, without knowing how your students finished up, it's great that you're going to be doing a wrap-up lesson with them after the tournament, which you're not obliged to do, but it's like a great thing to do. Any overall thoughts about the whole show, or your experience with your two students, where you see them going after the show?
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely great experience for me. It's been something, just I enjoyed it a lot. Working with Ty and with Seth was great. Those side events actually made that you felt like there is a lot of action, even though you're basically waiting for the main event, but there was still a lot of action, and the sense of competition was great. I'm pretty sure that both of my students improved, at least in some areas. I feel like we could have done more, but I think this is also an impression you always get. Like, you never feel you've done enough to make sure they're going to perform well. I'm not sure if Ty and Seth would agree with that, but like, I know we improved a lot, but again, if we were given 9 more weeks, not 9 more weeks, probably we would have done even better. Mm-hmm. But I'm really happy that I had the opportunity to be one of the senseis, lose some hair, get my heart beating faster, and I can totally recommend that to future participants, people watching, because even if you didn't participate, this was a fantastic learning opportunity, because you had 4 people with totally different teaching methods. I mean, I wasn't watching, but I would imagine that probably you could learn something totally new. This was just focused on purely educational aspect of chess, no entertainment practically. I mean, of course, we were trying not to make those sessions too serious, but at the end of the day, it was proper training.
Proper training. All right. Cool. Well, it's been great having you on the show. People have really enjoyed your lessons. I know that not just your students, but lots of other people have been able to profit from the lessons by following what you're doing with them. So thank you very much.
I'm glad about it. I really am.
And yeah, we'll wish you the best in your future coaching and playing.
Great. Thanks a lot. And all the best to participants. Andras, good luck for your team.
Thank you.
And enjoy the rest of the show, guys. Thanks a lot for having me, and take care. Bye-bye.
Bye, Matt. All right, now I'm going to do this here. Try and do this. Give us a really big Andras for a moment, and then go back to the gallery. Perfect. All right, I've got you right where I need you. Andras, how are you doing?
Oh man, early morning. That's all
morning.
I can say. But this fake smiley is there, so all good.
Okay, great.
Excited, man. I'm looking forward to seeing some good chess from these lovely peeps.
Yes, indeed. And we are going to be getting into round 2 in just a couple minutes. Half of the players have their match delayed by half an hour for round 2, and half of them are going to be starting in 2 minutes here. So we're just getting set up. Let me switch back to you. I've got you in the chair, and we can show the matchups for the next round now. So there they are. Let me see if that looks clear. Yeah, I think that looks clear. This is now the round 2 matchups, folks. We've got Seth against Falk. In what's called match 5, we've got Rangau against Chess Maestro in match 6, Dritman versus Chess Numbers in match 7, and Morphe versus The End XX or Daiwin in match 8. And hopefully the players have figured out who they're playing next. That'll be useful information for them. They probably examined the bracket and sort of knew how the pairings would go without having to see what I've typed in here. So you've got Maestro going up against Rangau. You've got, from your perspective, you've got Morphe going up against The End XX. You think you guys are ready for this round 2?
Looks like an exciting pairing.
Yes. All right. So let me try and send a message to the players telling them that they can start. Okay, I don't know if they can hear me because I think a lot of them have kept their audio turned off, so I'm sending them some chat messages letting them know that if they are on the left side of the bracket, they're allowed to start their match. And we have also, speaking of that, we've got an updated bracket, which we can do, which we can show here. All right, I'll transition to that, show everybody what the bracket, everybody in here, what the bracket looks like. So there you all can see the pairings as well. And yeah, there we can see Seth versus Falk. It's sort of like the outer faces are playing each other. In match 5, the inner faces, Maestro and Rangau are playing each other. And on the other side, you've got Dritman and Chess Numbers playing each other. Mitch has made the faces a little bit bigger or smaller in the same ratio to show who's playing who a little bit. Incredibly intense match between Daiwin and Chess Numbers. Absolutely. They're in chat. They've got another 23 minutes before we'll kick off their match. But Seth, Maestro, Rangau, Falk, please start your matches. We're ready. We want to see some pieces fly.
Maybe they agreed to play this round in correspondence. What do you think?
Correspondence style. Should I check their
Yeah.
daily games?
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Yeah, I don't know. They're not starting their games.
Protesting.
Maybe I did something wrong. Maybe one of them just quit the show. Let me check. Do we need to start now?
I will message Maestro.
Yeah. Okay. It looks like we've got a match started. So here we go. Here's a match. Maestro is playing.
He says he already has started.
Yeah, there's E4 C5 coming in.
Oh, baby. Bringing on the fire right away.
The
This is what I
Sicilian.
like.
The Sicilian. Oh, and Rengao must have been taking notes during Falk's lecture on the Marazzi bind, because he says more fun than fire is just a squeeze. Just a squeeze.
Wow. Big words, eh?
Yeah. You yourself, would you be more of like a fire or a squeeze kind of guy? If you had to choose, you're just going to play one game today, you get to choose what kind of a way you win. You already know you get to win the game, but which way would you prefer to win it?
David, fire any day of the week, brother. Fire.
Fire.
Bring on the heat, baby. Bring on the heat.
All right. So maybe
That's
a little
the only way.
Smith Mora gambit before the Marazzi bind.
Nah, just a good old-fashioned Sicilian.
Good old, yeah.
No, sacking 8 pieces, 9.
Sacking 8 pieces, mating with the last pawn.
Yep.
Yes.
That's the only way.
Yeah.
That is the only way.
All right. So Maestro has a first think of the game about this knight c2 move. Falk told us in his lecture that knight c2 was kind of like a new little hotness in this line. I mean, if retreating can ever be called hot, but the idea that instead of playing bishop e3, bishop e2, knight c3, and trading a piece on d4, that the first sign of action, white would try and like leave more pieces on the board to cramp black and retreat knight c2.
Correct. I played myself with white a fair bit, actually,
Oh.
with rather varying success, to be honest. But this is meant to be now the way to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
There's a fascinating pawn sack line in it when white plays now castles, knight d7, bishop d2, and after knight c5, b4, bishop takes c3, bishop takes c3. Black wins the pawn on e4, but white gets the dark squared bishop and the long diagonal, bishop b2 back, and yeah, theory starts here after bishop b2, but it's considered to be very, very good for white. This is actually one of the lines in the Experts versus the Sicilian, which may or may not be a book, but I don't remember if I'm allowed to say such things. So
You can say anything you want on here.
okay. So Experts versus the Sicilian is a book I would recommend to anyone who plays open Sicilian with white, and this variation is one of the backbones of what to do against the Marazzi bind. That being said, I don't think anyone in their right mind would do this as black.
I was going to say, like, how much theory do you want to learn on a position that no one would ever play? I mean, I would never play this as black, and I'm...
That's why I only know theory up to here, David. That's exactly the reason, because
Right.
I'm happy to play this. Bring it.
Right. Yeah.
And then the alternative, by the way, that is equally common is that after b4 they don't take on c3, but they drop back to e6.
Okay.
If you wanted to explore that, there was a famous Aaron Young game for that one, where actually quite a few pieces come off. That's quite interesting. So it's a very, very strong contrast to the spirit of the variation, because here I think it's rook d1 and rook c1 are both theory, and then the knight lands on d4, you take it, and then you play bishop e3, and they even take on e2. So yeah, that was an Aranyang game.
Try to avoid
bishop
trades
e3
with knight c2, and look at what you got.
Yeah, exactly. But apparently this is very fine for white. So there you go. Go figure.
But still fun for white after black gets all those trades. Huh.
Yeah, chess was never meant to be easy, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Impossible to explain this thing, you know? And then we like teach lessons and the student's like, well, why? And you're like,
yeah, just whatever,
it's chess.
man. Just,
it's chess. It's a good move, it turns out.
Just believe us. We are taught by strong people or strong players.
Yeah.
We don't get it either.
Bishop d7. Okay, our other match is underway as well. You don't have a horse in this race, but we've got Seth versus Falk here. And, yeah, in the first round, Falk was the only one to win a match in regulation. Other than that, we had 3 matches go to tie breaks today.
Wow. The viewers get their money back for their money worth, right? For their tickets.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, we got an extra hour of Matt, and now we've pushed the round back half an hour, which honestly is just good for anybody in Australia.
Totally.
But yeah, we're gonna have at least an extra half hour in the second round, just because some of the games will start half an hour late. D takes c4.
The entertainment is real. It's going on all day, eh?
Yeah.
At this rate, we will stop just in time for me to start watching the tennis.
Oh. Is there a tennis match on today?
You mean the Australian Open?
The Australian Open. Novak Djokovic always wins that tournament, doesn't he?
Yeah, except when he's kicked out of the country. That's when he doesn't,
What?
which is this year.
They kicked him out?
Yes. Yeah.
Was there an Australian player in the tournament and they wanted to increase his chances?
No, it was a COVID-related drama.
COVID-related drama.
Yes, because Novak Djokovic is also very famously known around the globe as Novak's Djokovic. And there was a big drama about whether he was allowed to come in because he was exempted or not, yada yada yada.
Right.
Let's just go with mistakes were made, and in the end, the minister the Minister of Foreign Affairs exercised his right to cancel his visa.
Wow.
After a court decision was made to Novak's favor.
Now, I have this vague sense like ministers in a parliamentary situation are important figures. Is a minister like a high-ranking person in Australia?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So this was like somebody big came in and said
that was basically as high as it could possibly go.
Yeah.
Like,
so they're like, listen, Mr. Novaks.
Yeah.
In Australia, our COVID policies are no joke.
Exactly.
So get out.
Yeah, but that was after the Australian courts ruled in his favor.
The courts ruled in his favor, and the minister can just overrule the courts.
Yep, that was that was literally the highest power possible to implement in this case.
Wow.
Like the next one would have been the Queen. I kid you not.
Right. I was gonna say, my understanding would be in Australia, the only person who could overrule your ministers would be the Queen, perhaps.
Yeah. Mind you, there were lots of mistakes were made on both sides, and some, in my opinion, deliberately, which they called mistakes instead of lies. But I don't want to start a political rage on your stream, so
Sure.
Let's just go with he shouldn't have. Let's just go with he shouldn't have come here in the first place.
Yeah.
And once he did, both sides made very sizable mistakes, which led to an absolute circus.
Yeah. Don't worry, Andras. You can say anything you want. It's just tennis. I don't think anyone on our channel is going to care. I don't think it's going to, like, get heated in the dojo.
Tennis is a matter of life, man. Like, there is nothing else other than chess in life that matters.
Okay. So without Djokovic playing, you're still going to watch the tournament? There's still somebody good in there?
Absolutely. I mean, to begin with, I'm watching it predominantly because of the Aussies and the Hungarians. Although, sadly, the latter group is already out.
Okay.
But plenty of Aussies, and I love the sport, so I watch it even if two UFOs played, I would watch. So, I love the sport.
Have you ever seen Mark Esserman play tennis?
Yes, I have not in live, but on his streams. Yes.
Yeah, he's
Yes.
pretty good.
Crafty. He's crafty. Yes.
He's pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we've got a high-class Queen's Gambit declined here from Falk. D takes C4. I think it might be Vienna. I don't really know. These lines are outside of my
Yeah, E4,
wheelhouse.
bishop B4. Actually, put this up on the board, David. This is very fun, please.
Okay.
After E4, bishop B4. I was just talking about this yesterday on my stream. Bishop takes C4 is a very trendy variation nowadays. Very trendy. And there was a forced draw not long ago in a Duda game where they take on E4, then castles. It's very Morphy style.
Yeah.
94 castles, and then they don't even look at taking on C3 because then rook B1, rook B3, and bishop A3 and tremendous compensation.
Right.
So they usually drop back to F6.
It's like White didn't see the pawn on E6 and thought they were playing the Joko piano or the Joko not piano, right? Okay. So knight F6.
Yeah. Knight F6, and then there are multiple moves here for White, but from memory, bishop G5, and actually 95 is the main line, I believe.
Okay.
I think 95 is the main line. Bishop G5 or 95, I can't recall exactly. And it's a very fascinating position. Giri, of course, is a big expert of this, like he's the expert of everything that involves chess pieces. I can't even remember. There is somehow F6 gets traded off and then the queen comes out. It's a really fun line, but objectively no more than a draw.
Okay.
Objectively no more than a draw.
So
but what we are having on the board is somewhat different,
bishop
right?
B4. Seth played E5. So he's not giving that pawn yet. He could still give a pawn on C3, but he chooses not to do that either. I guess then that means he's giving a pawn on C4.
Yep.
Falk is relentless. He says, "You shall gambit. You shall gambit."
So knight G5 looks good for White now, especially with the insertion of A4 C6. Because then 94 96 becomes an issue.
Yeah. I've played these positions with Black, positions of this style coming out of the semi-Slav. But usually you would still want to have a dark squared bishop as Black. You would want to have traded like a knight on C3 if you could have.
Correct. Just like in the Geller gambits.
Yeah. I feel like here it's going to be very promising for White after knight G5. I would rather be White.
Oh no, certainly I would prefer to be White. You remember that I voted for fire anyway, so that's the way. That's the way.
Okay, bishop E2 played from Seth.
Yeah, to clarify this for me, so we are playing 2 games, yeah? One with Black, one with White, and then we will see how we go.
That's right.
Okay,
That's
cool.
right. Now, one thing about
E2,
Seth is not like a bloodthirsty guy, you know. He's not looking to like, you know, throw a bunch of fuel on flames. So knight G5, as Dripman just said in chat, knight G5 is not like a very Seth kind of move.
Right.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, David, I am that old school dude who believes only in good and bad moves. I don't believe on who fits whose style. If knight G5 is the way to go, then that's the way to go.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, I agree. Like, if you're not an aggressive player, but you're like an IM or a GM, you're still going to play an aggressive move when the position calls for it, right? But, you know, with the level of players that we're coaching, you know, where, I mean, I mostly teach people between, let's say, 1,000 and 2,000 or maybe 2,100. There's going to be a lot of players who just do or don't have certain moves or maneuvers in their wheelhouses.
Yeah, and that's fair enough. Yeah. I think one good thing, David, about the whole coaching thing and the whole idea of, you know, having us locked up with these lovely gentlemen for a longer period of time was to potentially change some of these habits, or at least, you know, open their eyes to things that they would have otherwise been reluctant to engage with.
Absolutely. Yeah. Although, I mean, it was already like, given the time frame, it's a coaching decision. Do you, like, how much do you try and change the player versus just, you know, maybe working on 1 or 2 problems? How many new things do you want to introduce in a period of 10 weeks?
Look, I would say that to break down a really bad habit and to build the correct one instead, like this one would be a good case that we just saw here of reluctance with knight g5. I would say if you can kill that and rebuild it correctly in less than half a year, either the student or the coach is the genius, but potentially both.
Yeah.
That's my experience.
Yeah.
So, and I don't mean to offend anyone by that, but I think that's a realistic thing. But I would rather go for a year, actually. 1 year.
Yeah. Yeah, I would also like this to be like a longer scale thing. But then it's a much bigger commitment, right? So
Correct. I mean, if you think about how many bad habits we have in life that we are absolutely reluctant to even consider changing because it's too hard.
Yeah.
I'm definitely a world champion of that. So, it's like just to make the decision that, okay, I want to change this is already a ginormous commitment. By the way, speaking of commitments and funky styles, when a black knight lands on b6, I always fancy this idea of not responding to it and waiting for knight a4 to come so that I can sack in exchange for it, and then take c4 and then reroute the bishop to a3. So if you put the pawns back on a4 and c6.
Yeah. So I'll play like a move like rook e1, just waiting.
Pretty much, yeah. Just show me what you got, bro. And if knight a4, but first of all, you can maybe you can take c4, but just fun and for giggles, as I like to say.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, you have a lot of life in the position, and black's structure is rather scattered.
Yeah.
And if they castle kingside here, you even have this very curious bishop a2, bishop b1 idea that once again adds fuel to the fire.
That's a good idea, because bishop on c4, it's kind of nice, but that diagonal to f7 wasn't going anywhere.
Yeah, and now c4 is in motion. There's a lot of stuff going on here. Mind you, I do think that castle is a bit of a lemon, but if the king has to sit in the middle, then the longer it stays there, the more precarious it becomes.
Yeah. Yeah, so you could always wait for that. Another thing you could do while you're waiting is in this position, you could play bishop c1 already, introducing the idea of bishop a3. Then you're asking black, it's your last chance to castle. Do you want to do it or not? Like, time for some commitment. Time for some commitment.
Yep. Indeed. I mean, in this line, the pawn side is just, painted wood. No one cares. Just throw them in the fire.
Well, Seth's asking that question now. He's just played bishop c1. And here's knight a4. So your ideas come up. Rook a4, bishop c4.
Now this is even better, man, because now bishop a3 immediately locks the king in.
Falk's playing very, very aggressively here.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, like in a provoking way, right? Like,
yeah.
Come on, Seth, are you going to try and get me or not? Like, woof. It's like...
Yeah, I mean, white doesn't really have a choice even, right? Because knight c3 is such a strong threat.
Right.
So it's almost forced, as far as I'm concerned. Black has knight e7, but I think that's okay. As in after rook a4, ba4, bishop a3. So there is a bit of a shield there to guard the king.
Yeah. Oh, he's moved. Let's see if he sacked. He did! He did!
Oh, yeah. Yes, baby.
Seth did it. I feel like Falk was almost like too leaning on like the characteristics of the player, right? He's like, Seth doesn't want to go aggressive. I'll play knight a4. He's not gonna sack. He's not gonna punish me. He'll probably just play bishop d2 and defend his c pawn and try and stay solid. And Seth's like, come on.
Yeah. Like that's always an interesting thing to see in such tournaments where people sort of know each other and tend to play each other instead of playing the position. That usually whoever is willing to take a step out of their comfort zone could easily be the most successful one, because if people rely on their weakness and that weakness all of a sudden disappears, then oopsie daisies.
I don't know what was going on with bishop b5 last move. That was definitely a risky moment.
Hold on a second. Can you go back a second? Because here
Yeah.
a lot of moves were played at a speed that is too fast for an old man like me.
Yeah.
So why did you not play bishop a3 instead of queen a4 check? That's a mystery to me.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, bringing the queen out isn't quite right here. You know your bishop should go to a3, and you can decide later about the bishop and queen and a4 and c4 and stuff.
Yeah, like, the a4 pawn is largely irrelevant.
But like what I notice here is that
bishop
Seth
b5 was
Seth spent like 1 or 2 minutes on the moves like rook b1 and queen c2, on all of those moves, and then when he's sacking a rook. And, like, now we're just playing tactics, right? There's, like, bishop b5, rook c8. He's playing these moves in, like, 3 seconds, each move.
Yeah.
But I really wonder, I mean, if bishop b5 might not be too much material.
But even this looks very bad for white after in the game, because after knight c3, there will be rook hanging on b1 and if d2 bishop drops, it's game over.
So this could be too much also.
Yeah, it's just like, this is exactly why you don't take the pawns, because now black got to play like 10 moves with tempi on the queen side. So this fell apart very quickly instead of turning out to be a very promising exchange sec with tremendous potential counterplay.
Yeah.
Yeah, this looks really bad. By the way, have you heard, not that I want to only talk about controversy, but the Dubov story yesterday?
The what story?
Dubov didn't decided to not play against Kiri.
Yeah, my hero. I did hear that. Yeah,
interesting
sorry.
stuff there, right?
I might have to fix your camera because Dripman dropped out of the call.
Oh, dude, I'm so glad I don't have to do those things. Like, OBS and me, and we're not very good friends.
Oh, no?
No. If I have to resize anything, it's like, oh.
Well, I'm going to do this quickly, and then Dripman's going to rejoin the call in like 2 minutes, and I'm going to do it again. So it's going to be lame, but here it is.
Look, I don't mind if you
I've done a mild fix for now, expecting him to pop back up in a second.
Mild fix, I like that one.
A mild fix, yeah.
Put my nose back on the screen. Eh?
I added a feature of your face back to the stream, yeah.
Unfortunately, I cannot pick a feature. People are asking why I have the chess 24.
That must be like a green
me.
Screen or something. You've been doing some.
Yeah. Do you want me to kill it?
No.
Yeah, sorry about that, by the way. I'm just too lazy to change it.
Look, chess is the game we're all playing, and 24 is like a random number, right? The hours in the day or something like that. It's just a number. Yeah, we don't care. We don't care. All you have to do is say that you would not recommend to anybody to use chess 24. That's all.
I think I'm contractually obliged to not say that.
Oh.
to say the very least. Actually, the funny thing is that I am not. Like, I haven't signed a single document that would oblige me to not say that. But let's just go with common sense, on the other hand, would very strongly tell me to not to say that.
You're going to go with common sense over contracts? Look,
yeah, I do not have a contract
Here's
with
the
anyone.
thing. Here's the thing. If you say that no one should ever use chess 24, I don't even know how to take a clip of that and post it on social media sites. I don't even know what Twitter is. So
yeah,
you'd be fine.
Unfortunately, there are people lurking in the chat whose life is to wait for these mistakes to happen and then nail you to the wall right away.
All right. Well, if you're just a slave of the system, so be it. We'll get back to the chess position.
Look, like I said, David, I don't have a signed contract. I just have what you call loyalties.
Yeah.
Or loyalty, at least one.
That's
and
good.
the common sense.
Yeah.
I try to represent myself as much as possible as a freelancer.
Yeah. But I did see you doing commentary on there, which was awesome. That was really great. You were on the big.
Yeah, and look,
I don't know if it's like a stage, but it's.
Yeah. And that wouldn't have happened without lovely people who we are talking about right now. So that's why I'm saying that I need to be loyal and show some common sense.
Absolutely. Absolutely. He's a great guy. He's a loyal guy. He's a funny guy. And I saw your video where you had like clips of like Hikaru and
Oh yeah. What do you think?
saying like this guy is a good teacher.
Oh, yes, that
That's
was
good
Gary
stuff.
actually.
That's good stuff.
Yeah. Believe it or not, I edited that video together. It took me about 10 hours.
I saw that 10 hours. You do your own
Yeah.
video editing. My lord.
No, I don't. But well, how should I put it? So I don't usually edit my YouTube videos, but this particular project was such that it needed a lot of editing. In fact, it hardly needed anything else but editing.
Right.
And since I don't really have anyone working for me, because I'm just a poor content creator, I had to do it myself.
That's rough.
Yeah, it is rough actually.
It is rough. The first thing you need to do tomorrow morning, Andras, is
It's
or
to
actually
become
today
rich.
after this show, is like go live on your Twitch channel for a minute and just be like, come on, one of you knows how to edit videos. Speak up.
Yeah.
Speak up.
That's how I used to source my thumbnails, by the way. But
Yeah. You lost your
that-
thumbnail person somehow?
that is somewhat solved. I lost many.
Many thumbnail people.
Many thumbnail people I have lost. Yes.
Too much fire, Andras. Too much fire.
No. On the contrary, it's very simple. Unfortunately, it's a very basic 21st century problem, and that is that people don't like to work for free, and I don't make money out of YouTube. So there is a there is a little issue there that
You've just got like a basic flow problem.
yeah, the problem is that I don't have the money with which to pay these lovely people. So
Well, do you
yeah.
know what we do with DM Hokey?
I don't even know who DM Hokey is, but do tell.
DM Hokey does our thumbnails and our video editing for us.
And you give lessons to them, I bet.
No, good guess. You're like, I'm poor, but I can trade you. No, we give him 1/4 of any income that our channel brings in.
Wow, man, that is very generous of you.
So,
1/4.
well, yeah, there's Kostya, Jesse, me, and Hokey.
That's very generous of you. I dare say that's yeah.
So, so then, you know, if you're making no money, then you're paying them no money. But it's like very clear that you're paying them the same thing as yourself, right?
Yes, that's right. Yes.
So if you have no money, you might want to consider that kind of an arrangement as well, where
Look,
you
I
give
don't-
somebody
I
a
don't-
percentage of nothing money.
I don't want to say that I don't have money, or if I do have money, I
Sure.
would like to rather phrase it the way I did, which was that YouTube doesn't bring in any money,
That's right.
and therefore I'm reluctant to spend money on it.
On the YouTube, sure. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I understand you.
I mean, which is probably a very poor business approach, because obviously you need to invest in order to take money out from something. But
Right.
yeah, I don't want to start yet another conversation about my not so successful YouTube ventures. And we haven't been talking about the game for long. So
That's right.
G5.
Bring us back. Bring us back.
Wow.
How do you feel
Let's-
about G5?
That, my friend, is like baseball level of throwing. Like, hello.
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing, bro? H4.
So not impressed.
No, like why to do that? Like king somewhere, worst case scenario would have done the trick, no?
So bishop h6 is the threat. So maybe just move your king to the
Yeah,
side.
I mean king h7 and it's all over, no?
Yeah. Major throw from Falk, reminiscent of the h5 move that Dai played earlier this game, today. I don't know if you caught this moment because you were probably sleeping, but there was a game where White had a knight on f5 and a queen on g4, attacking a black king, and Black had pawns on f6, g5, and h7. And the next move White wants to play is queen h5, and Black played h7, h5, forcing the queen to take the pawn with check and enter the king's position. It was a real funny one. Okay, well, it is no surprise to anyone Seth found h4. Ouch.
Yeah, this is brutal, man. I mean, my usual coaching mantra for this is that I would rather chop my hand off than play g5 in a position like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's like on a dark square, which black is guaranteed to lose control over.
Yeah, and completely cracking the king side open. I mean, f5 is creative. That was probably
I mean,
the
he's going to
only
check
way
if Seth knows en passant, but Seth knows en passant.
Yeah. Yeah, he does, for sure.
Although he shouldn't be thinking about en passant. He doesn't need to like go check the rule book, just play it.
Yep. Well, his time is a little bit short.
Yeah, his time is suspicious,
Yeah.
as is often the case.
To be fair, though, now there is not a clear-cut win for white because the bishop takes on g5 is not going to be an option because of f2 is weak. So white will have to make some adjustments here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, yeah, white can't just beat black or anything like that, but what white can do is, you know, capture basically all the pawns black has, and so Falk's chances of converting an eventual endgame with the extra exchange are dwindling, right? Like,
yeah,
he's gonna have one
I'm
pawn
not
left.
sure, David. I'm not 100% sure that en passant was actually obligatory.
Okay.
I was looking at queen h5 there quite a bit, and I'm still sitting on a fence of which one was better.
Ah. Okay. So
I
then if
thought
black
that-
plays f4, you give a perpetual, or you even go rook
Well,
a7 to win. There's rook c7.
Yeah, you can throw in rook a7. It's probably you can't win it, but I don't see a clear win after the text move either. So
Mm-hmm.
the perpetual is the least we have for sure, but we might not have more.
What if black played queen e8? Could you?
I looked at that, but then queen h6, and
you
now the
still
problem
have
is
enough.
that if you take f4, then I
Mhm.
have again rook a7, and now it's a little bit harder for you to clog up the seventh.
Mhm.
Maybe rook f7 is a move, but then queen g6, king f8, queen h6 check is a perpetual again.
Yeah.
I was gonna go g6, but actually, with the way you are doing it, it's probably even better because now white does have a chance to, for example, play queen g6, trade everything off, take f4, and it's only white who can win, right?
Yeah, 4 pawns. That's good in an endgame.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what they've done. So maybe queen h5 was a very interesting move there. Trade. We're into an endgame though, and I would say a drawish endgame where somebody will blunder and the other player will win.
I like your trust in the players.
Yeah. I mean, we've already witnessed today somebody losing an endgame with an extra bishop and 2 pawns. The opponent had like a rook and 1 or 2 pawns, and they had like rook, bishop, and 4.
Oh man, that hurts.
So,
oh man,
I think these kind of situations with opposite colored bishops and like a knight on the board, there's so much room for a tactic.
that hurts.
We have not yet seen a draw today. No, Mitch points out we have not yet seen a draw. That's my other reason for saying it looks like a draw that won't end in a draw.
Draw is for the top level players, right? We don't mess with such result. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Bishop back to e3. Yep. Keep it safe. All right. There's 3 other matches going on. Let's check in on one of your players. Who do you want to see?
I was about to say that. Don't we have other games?
You want to see Maestro or Nargave? Morphe fan.
Of course. Oh, they started too. Both of them.
They've started now too.
Both of them, but in particular, let's have a look at Maestro because his game started earlier.
Yeah, it's further along here. Wow, his game looks professional.
Yes, I'm quite excited about what I'm seeing. This looks like a chess game.
Oh, except that they've got 15 seconds against 30. Otherwise,
Shit.
Professional.
Oh, sorry, I didn't say that. Shush, that was that. That was an oopsie daisy.
Yipes. That's a very good move, I think, going after the b4 pawn.
Wow, man, this is down to the wire.
Yeah. Now, last round, we were talking at some point about how 5 of these 8 players have a habit of just running out of time, basically. And we hadn't yet mentioned Rangao. We were talking about somebody else, and he chimed in chat. He's like, "Well, I also flag, you know." So he's trying to show that he can do it too.
Awesome.
Yeah. So
Actually,
queen
the
b3.
funny thing, David, if you want to hear some coaching insights, and
Yeah.
we're talking about Maestro, who I believe is coached not only by me, wink, wink,
Mm-hmm.
is that I told him that one of the biggest problems of his chess is, well, it's not a problem, but he's a slow player.
Yeah.
And he was obviously the latest recruit to the show. And I told him that he will have to play with a faster time control. So he needed to adjust to that.
Mm-hmm.
And so part of our last session was to focus on reasonably quick decision making, especially in situations where it seemed appropriate to not to overthink things.
Unbelievable. He found bishop d4 with seconds on the clock, Andras.
Yeah, my student, bro. Bishop c6, bishop f2, and easy win. It's actually neither an easy one nor a simple win, but hey.
Yeah.
Oh,
wow. Well,
queen.
your training was the right training. It paid off.
Oh, look, it's not like I made him to play for quick stuff and quick and bad stuff, but it was more of a mentality that, if there's an obvious move on the board, then let's not sit on it for 10 minutes when we have only 15 for the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Queen b2. Creeping in.
One thing that I'm struggling with, David, these days as a coach is that very often I find in these shorter time controls, like say 5-3, that a lot of my students lose games on a regular basis on the clock.
We just had a rook hanging on a2. Sorry. I'm trying to focus.
And then it's just unfathomable to me how you can possibly lose on the clock when there is increment.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that's just, I don't know.
He's about to show you how. Oh, 0.2 seconds?
OMG. This is horror for me.
0.00 seconds. I don't know why Chess.com didn't flag him there. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Yeah.
Oh, dude. Can you please change the board, David?
Yeah, I can change the board.
It hurts.
All right, let's see your other guy, Nargave. He never flags, pretty much.
It hurts.
Here's Nargave. He's got a fancy structure here. Pair of bishops. Rook
This
doesn't.
is his type of position. This is his type of position.
I'm shocked he didn't send his rook to g6 last move.
I'm too. As a matter of fact, what?
Fancy two-step. Fancy two-step.
Oh,
but
man.
I mean, the weakest spot in White's camp is g2. That's just like a good thing to have in mind.
Yeah. Look, I'm pretty sure that Lars blundered that based on his body language and the fact that rook f6 made no sense to begin with.
He could have mouse slipped it. Maybe he was headed to g6.
Yeah, I would have actually played neither. I would have played bishop b7 first.
All right, just get off the rock and like aim at the tender underbelly.
And then figure out what to do with the rook, because although it's extremely likely that it will end up on g6, but you can potentially switch plan, triple up on the e, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, bishop b7 was just
you're right. Bishop b7's best.
Hello.
Yeah. Wow, we've got like a whole chat room full of people who like bishop b7.
Yeah,
never knew bishop b7 was so popular.
It seems I found a fan base here finally somewhere.
Yeah. All right, our drawn endgame. Falk has a rook against a pawn right now.
What happened here?
Well, I mean, somebody blundered. Let's see.
Oh, that's what happens in drawerish endgames, according to you, right?
Rook check. Look at this one. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's an active king and a half. Holy cow, man.
Yeah.
That king on e4, that's not going to take any prisoners.
All right. Yeah. So that one's looking good for black now. Let me see some other boards. We got A knight on e4 here for Drittman.
Oh, that is a good-looking knight if it can get one more move.
One more move. He's almost there. He's almost there. Wow, it looks like Drittman's just continuing his match from this morning. I mean, his first match this morning, he played this D3 Italian game twice as white.
This looks absolutely unplayable for white, right? Like bishop e7 and white is just dead. F5, queenside castle. Like, what was this even? Like,
you're right. White's position is miserable, other than the knight f6 threat.
Yeah. Like after bishop e7, it's literally like, let's start again, boys. This didn't work out.
Oops. What were we doing? So bishop b3, bishop e6. Nice. How did he get here? He traded on d5. Whereas I would think like the spirit of his opening is to just play a move like knight e3 there and just keep going.
I don't know what the spirit of this opening is.
And then he gives the bishop.
Tell me, please. Oh. Wow. Wowzers.
Yeah.
Ouchie.
Yeah, that was strategical.
Somewhat. This is the postmodern style, right? When principles like bishops usually are better than knights are just thrown into the, I don't know, fire or whatever.
Yeah.
Can I kindly ask you to go back to Nagaev? I think we have got higher chances of action there than here.
Mm-hmm.
This just looks like
rook g6, h4, h6. They're all ganging up on this bishop. I mean, eventually he's gonna have to take a queen, right?
Yeah, but now the bishop is trapped.
Now it's trapped by the h4 pawn.
Yep.
That's awkward.
Yeah.
That's awkward. Doesn't leave a lot of good moves for him. Falk did wrap up the endgame that we saw a moment ago with 2 rooks against 1. I'm not gonna demonstrate on screen how it happened, but
that was pretty predictable, right? So no surprises there.
Yeah. All right, so here we are, the bishop d8 question for Dai. Oof.
Do you usually leave a break, David, or we kick off right away with the rematch?
I have them just kick off right away with the rematches.
Okay.
Yeah, I give them a break between the matches. Tomorrow, I'll probably tell them that they can take a break between games 2 and 3.
Who are going to be your commentators tomorrow? The other 2 coaches?
Yeah. It'll
right.
be
Okay.
Kostya and Sasha.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Sounds good.
Yeah, bishop on d8 looks like it's in trouble. I mean, I don't know that there's anything more to say about this one.
Yeah, no, I think this is resignable. But then again, we have seen stranger things already today than resigning a position like this.
Yeah. Okay. So Bob Joe Jim castled queenside instead of bishop e7. I mean,
that's a chess move too, right? D3 is hanging, so
yeah, I suppose it's a move, but knight f6, queen d3. It's just like a little bit less under control than black could have had it, right? If you play bishop e7 and sweep them with f5 like you wanted to do, just kind of...
Yeah.
You drive the knights before you, like Conan wanted to drive the enemies, right? The knights run in the face of the pawns.
Yeah. This looks ugly. And the clock tells the story too.
That's right. So Drittman having a tough start. Nargaev has won the game here. Bishop takes d8. Rook takes g4. Bishop g5. He took it. Played bishop b7. Everybody in the crowd like, yeah. I'm a fan of bishop b7. The knight moved. Oof.
Yeah. Well, knight d1 is doable, but who wants to play that, right?
Yeah. Well, me, I would have played 91.
But this is a four's mate now, so I like that more.
Yeah. All right, so that was it. The resignation came in there. Morphe takes the lead in that match 1-0. It's now a must-win situation for Dai Nguyen, the end XX. If he wants to force a tiebreaker, it's a must-win situation for Chess Maestro here with white up against Rangel. If he wants to force a tiebreak, it is a must-win situation for Seth Lichtenstein here with the black pieces against Falk, who has just played a wild C5 move that's going to stop us in our tracks for a second. C5. C4, A6, Queen A4, 97, C5. Falk has 15 minutes and 40 seconds on his clock.
He's chucking out theory, man, like the legend he is.
Wow.
So the idea, obviously, is that if DC, then pawn D6, right?
Yeah. And Knight C7 is about to be the most vicious Knight C7 ever played.
So once again, the exchange sack is on the cards here with AB, Queen A8, and then pawn C4, right?
Yeah.
And then you recuperate D6, then it's okay.
Oh, right. You took on C. Okay. Yeah. Take here first, D6, then do this. Yeah. Yeah. Very reasonable. Very reasonable.
Yeah. I don't even know if C6 and C4 is best, but yeah, it was a 95 Sveshnikov for sure.
Yeah, for sure. This is the opening popularized by Caruana and Carlsen.
Yeah.
You know, everybody complained 12 draws, but then everybody started playing their openings. So it's like,
yeah, you can't have it both ways, boys.
Yeah.
And girls.
So Knight D5, apparently this move was like basically never played for, 50 years that the Sveshnikov was popular. People just never played Knight D5. It was like a very, very super out of the way sideline.
Yeah.
You know, they would get like one sentence in a book on the whole opening. They would just say like, yeah, Knight D5, whatever, you know, doesn't really do anything.
What's supremely interesting is the fact that it just come up. The other day I was listening to Peter Svidler and Jan Gustafsson on a certain channel that we may have discussed already as being brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
And they were just talking about the fact that 95 is essentially now the main line against the Sveshnikov, and hardly anyone ever plays Bishop G5 anymore because no one can find any advantage there.
Mm-hmm.
And so 95 is now basically the new main line.
Yeah.
Which is quite ridiculous as far as I'm concerned, but you know, this is what it is. This is how opening theory changes, that certain principled moves just fizzle out into very stale drawish positions.
Yeah. So here's what they've played: C5 from Falk, D takes C5, D6, and Falk's still using no time, still in his preparation. Now Seth Lichtenstein plays the Sveshnikov every single game of his life, basically. I mean, for like a year and a half now, he's played it every single game. So I wouldn't be surprised if Falk and Kosti have talked about this exact position already.
Right. I would like to add, though, if I may do so at the expense of potentially exposing myself to some hate, that you already mentioned Seth's playstyle being a little bit more on the less aggressive side.
Mm-hmm.
That seems to me to be contradicting his opening choice.
Oh, right, with the Sveshnikov Sicilian, you think is not like the most...
Well, the Sveshnikov Sicilian can turn into very positional, but it also requires you to have a very, very sound understanding of dynamic chess, where you can, and have to, in fact, not that you can, you must burn some material in order to generate play.
Yeah. That is true. But
then again...
that said, he plays it well. So
yeah, exactly, and I'm in favor of sticking with the correct opening and adjusting the style rather than the other way around, because that way we don't address the problem.
Yeah.
So what he's doing is great.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good opening. He plays it well, and you know, and it's probably one line in his repertoire that's teaching him some different things from some of his other, like his white repertoire with D4, which would be more stable, more a game of like, you know, millimeters.
Yep.
So, but Falk, you know, after played Queen A4 as well instantly. So it looks like this is going to be the first move where Falk is out of his preparation. That's a lot of memorized moves for a non-GM game.
Yeah. Kostya is in the chat, right?
Kostya's in the chat, yeah.
We should ask him how he's, channeling the information to his student.
Yeah.
I need to learn the secrets of the trade.
How to just send opening theory telepathically.
Yeah, precisely.
Yeah. Yeah, well, Kostya's been speaking up about a lot of things, but if he knows the secret to telepathy, I don't think he's going to share it with us in public today.
Fair enough. By the way, funky moment in the game. I would play c4 here for black.
Mm-hmm.
Just shunted bishop out, and if bishop c4, then bishop b4 check is a bit annoying.
Complicated.
Yep.
Complicated.
I mean, bishop b4 check guarantees an uncastled king, so
yeah,
if that's not worth a pawn, I don't know what is.
Right, and if white just castles to avoid it, then you can defend the pawn on c4.
Yeah, bishop e6 maybe. I don't know. It's speculative at best. Yeah. So bishop e3 then still challenging the pawn. So maybe it's bollocks, but I don't know what else.
Sure. Yeah. Interesting. We'll see. Seth picked knight to d5. There's always, some compensation in this kind of position, right? A minor piece and a center pawn against a rook. I mean, the rooks don't get better than a minor piece and a pawn until a little bit later in the game. Like if they're just looking at the a2 and h2 pawns, they can't yet claim they're any better than a minor piece.
Once we land something on the d file, it's gonna hurt. So black's clock is running out in that regard to drum up play.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I think we may have a trap piece. Let me just go have a look at Drittman's knight for a second. Knight on f5.
That is one sad horsey that got lost in the woods.
Yeah, that was it. So knight.
And even if it wasn't, the c2 horsey was not exactly the best backup on the same diagonal.
Right. I mean, look at this. He's only moving his knights this entire game, actually.
Apparently, he did take a course or a curse from Andrea Bottes then, right?
How's that? Does she only move her knights, or?
No. I'm sure that you would have heard about the scandalous interview at the
Oh,
World Championship.
how do knights move, right?
Yeah.
He knew how the knights moved. He wanted to show it off. He was like, don't ask me that question. I'm going to prove it in the game. I will only move knights.
Yeah. So Drittman, I believe, would have taken some lessons from the Bottes lady.
Yeah.
The horsey, as she put it.
The horsey?
The horsey, yes.
The horsey, yeah.
Because that's what you want to say in a World Championship press conference. So, yeah.
That was a lot of knight moves.
Yeah, apparently the chat was quick to join this discussion in that Fabiano may have forgotten about the horsey as well a couple of days ago.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, after that game yesterday, I was like, I hope she's not in the press corps today, because he probably wouldn't take kindly to her repeating that question.
Yeah.
How did Nargave sack these two pawns? G4. That's kind of like the Latvian school of chess approach to the Philidor.
The funny thing is that G4 is theory.
Yeah.
If you start with bishop C4, bishop E7, in which case it makes sense, because then when the knight takes on G4, G7 hangs, right? So should have played several games actually with this, so that it has a theory that then takes D4, and then it goes from there. Queen takes and yada yada yada.
Yeah.
But without bishop C4, bishop E7 inserted, it's just a bluff at best.
Mm-hmm. So this happened. Now when bishop C4 was played, we'll see that Black developed the bishop in one move to H3.
Yeah, by the way, may I just add that as a coach of Morphy-Fan, I am just looking at the board like, what on earth is going on here? Like, Morphy-Fan is a D4 player, has always been.
Yeah.
Well,
let me see. Maybe he played one D4 and then D6.
Yeah, but then most D4 players do play either knight f3 or C4, right?
Yeah, but they shouldn't.
I'm not saying whether they should or shouldn't, but I don't think that Morphy-Fan has ever played a Philidor in his life.
Okay. I think if you play one D4 and your opponent plays D6, if you play one D4 and your opponent doesn't prevent E4, then you should.
Oh, I'm fully, me as a man of principles, I totally agree.
Yeah. It's like I don't care what my repertoire is. If my opponent's playing like some random move, then I'll put 4 pawns in the center and my knights behind them.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. The only thing is that you need to know some theory here about Philidor, some about the Pierts, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah.
According to Mitch, it's his repertoire from a certain course, which, yeah.
Okay, just don't tell me on what site you can find the course.
No.
I'm just kidding. I don't care about any of that.
It's all good, mate. It's all good.
All right,
by the way, can't I take e5 here? Also, knight g5 looks quite fiery.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't like bishop h3 at all. I think
you can even play bishop f7, knight g5. Yeah, white's got a lot of opportunities right here.
Yeah.
You could start with knight g5 as well. Then bishop g4, f3, bishop or bishop f7 check. No, so knight g5, bishop e6. Knight g5, bishop e6, and then just start taking.
I will go knight g5 here.
Yeah, knight g5 looks good. I mean, it's tempting to take dude's e5 pawn, but I hate trading queens. Knight g5 from Morphe fan. All right.
Yeah, exactly. We don't want queen trades, so yeah.
It's looking like Kostya didn't tell us in chat the telepathy thing, but he must have told you telepathically how to do the telepathy thing.
Yeah, it hasn't arrived yet. Sad to say that my brain is not wired for that.
You sure? Because you just sent Nargave this knight g5.
Well, look, to be perfectly honest, he sent me a message about half an hour ago that he missed the tactic, which was like the legal mate-like tactic in his first game when I was still sleeping.
That's right.
And so this is very similar to that theme. I haven't seen the game, but I would have been surprised because he told me in that message that I will never ever miss it again. So I'm like, okay.
Okay, so here he's got like a setup on f7. He's got to see it. He's got to see it, and he did. And this game, maybe bishop takes h3 was too aggressive. Black was just getting too excited.
That was greedy. That was greedy, and this game is going to get complicated. Drittman against Bob Joe Jim is not complicated. This one is miserable. Falk against Seth, quite interesting. Falk looking for maybe a trade here with bishop to g5. We have to make sure that black doesn't yet have bishop h2 check, knight g4. Nope, doesn't. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. That once the rookie lands on the d file, this is becoming and the d6 bishop is particularly bad.
Yeah, that's a bit of a problem right here. You both want to play e4 and don't want to play e4. That's one of the problems with bishop pairs.
Yes, exactly. Well, I think you'd rather do than don't, but it's too late. You should have done it earlier. Yeah, bishop f6, bishop d3, and then bishop e4 is just carnage here.
Oh, breaking up that bishop pair. And honestly, leaving by far the worst of the two. Yeah. But I don't know. Falk might play a move like rook d3 also.
Yeah. Look, you are spoiled for choice here. Although, don't we have bishop e4 and then block back on g6 then?
Yeah.
If you go rook d3. Yeah, maybe queen f5 is a more precise start and then rook d3.
Yeah. The move I wanted to play was queen d3. Then you suggest bishop d3 to e4. I'm like, yeah, that's really technically crushing. You don't need more than that. And then I was like, but Falk might do something more interesting, like rook d3.
Yeah, that was just me flexing some positional muscles, but I don't think that queen f5 is not better than that. I think it is better than that.
Oh, okay. Well, this is what I would have played.
Because this is mate.
Yeah. I mean, the best defense is some kind of like bishop c8, queen f6, I don't know, queen e7. And then the bishop on d6 is trapped and dead. Yeah, I don't know.
Mm.
It's a good move for white. Queen f5. Seth is in trouble right here, looking for a defense. Maestro and Rengao.
What's happening there? Speaking
King's
of
Indian defense. There's a knight outposted on a7. It's funky.
Yeah, what was the story there? Can we have a look at this? Mind you,
Yeah.
Maestro uncharacteristically is 7 hours up on the clock, so this could be relevant.
Yeah. Maybe Rengao's planning to flag just to...
To counterbalance the flagging of Maestros, right?
He can't get over trying to win that argument about who has worse time trouble.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I could just back up a couple moves to show what happens. At this point here, at move like 16, this is like super classical King's Indian defense position. White goes to a7.
Might I add, it's looking really bad for black because of the knight d2 layout. Yeah, knight b5 was too soon. He should have played, probably knight b5 or a4, a5 first. Now
A4.
this looks unpleasant. Yeah, a4, a5.
Mm-hmm.
I don't actually see how black progresses after that, because if knight f4, you can always drop back to f1. If they play f4, then the pull of g4 is essentially impossible.
Yeah.
And we haven't even castled kingside, so all of this attack is coming into nothing.
Yeah.
Which is, by the way, promptly following what I told him, or what we discussed as a good idea against the King's Indian too. And I'm sure, David, that you would have had input here too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, even taking on e4 is structurally brilliant, e4 white, and then knight to e4.
Yeah. Okay, here's a nice move from Rengao. G4. Trying to explode the structure.
Yeah, and that's perfect. Like, I don't like white here at all. I think we are dead. Maybe knight b6, knight d7, but
right. But he's going to ignore all of that. He's just going to do his kingside thing, right? Even if black played like knight a8, who cares? There's still a knight trapped on a7, and meanwhile you're attacking.
Yeah, totally. This is carnage, unfortunately for us.
Knight
this
g5.
is carnage.
Knight g5 is a good move. I could even see playing fe4 next in order to open the rook and bishop and outpost the knight on f3. I know it's nice to have like a perfect pawn duo. I normally play knight e4, but maybe here the pieces are more important than the structure.
I think it's completely winning either way.
Okay. Either way. So maybe the best try here is queen h5, but then bishop e8. No, that doesn't help at all. Oof. Oof. So Rengao with his minute. Now, we've seen Rengao be down on time very, very low in some games, and he does not necessarily blow it. He does not necessarily blow it. But that's a weird choice. That's a very weird choice.
Yeah, that move should not have been... I mean, if we now get to castle queenside, it's anybody's game.
And then he plays structurally after the sacrifice, so white could castle kingside as well as queenside now. I guess kingside, maybe knight d2 is a problem.
Spoiled for choice, eh?
Yeah, unless knight d2. I'll go back to all cams. Let us have a look at how the players are holding up here so far. How they're handling today's stress levels.
What stress?
They look okay. They look okay. No stress.
Stress is not part of chess.
Yeah. Knight d2 comes in. It did cost him more than half of his time on the clock, but it's a pretty effective move.
40 seconds. Holy macaroni.
Yeah.
Can we take a quick glance just to leave this on a cliffhanger at Nagaev's game, where we left it at knight g5?
Yeah. Whew. We got pieces on the light squares for white.
Oh boy, this looks Carnage. Okay, 95 only legal move, right? So
Yeah.
and 95 queen d5 king f7. Oh, okay. So
King
Nagev is
F7.
up. No, I was kidding. Nagev is up a piece, so this should be over.
Is he already up a piece too? What happened? How did he get a piece in these moves? Hang on. So, okay. So he traded on e6 like this, which is interesting because you would think he would just want to lock the bishop in.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
C6 develops. Takes. Oh. The end X took on...
he took on d5 and then he regretted it rapidly after.
Yeah. Brutality.
Yes, okay, this should be all she wrote. Yeah, good one. Take f8, take d6, go caveman, and just bring home the W.
Take this great knight and trade it on f8 just to actually win the game.
For the filthy bishop, exactly.
Yeah, just to win the game. The things people will do to win a chess game.
Yeah, exactly. Selling the soul to the devil every single day.
Yeah.
As if it was a must.
All right, now knight f8 is less good. Considerably less good. One, two, three, four. So technically black has 2 pawns against the piece at the moment.
Yeah, I never count those little dudes.
Which means
that's like whatever. The big boys decide all the time.
Yeah, it sounds like you spend too much time with masters. I think if this game went to an end game here, it would not be a given.
Nah.
It would not be a given.
Nah, the little dudes don't count, man. I did tell this story somewhere else already, but I can't help myself from repeating it. Once I did a commentary together with Yevgeny Miroshnichenko, brilliant grandmaster, and in my opinion, one of the best commentators out there. And he told me a story that a decade or two ago, there was an open tournament where a Russian grandmaster played against a local amateur in round one, as you do in round one opens, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this amateur just chucked out the most insane gambit play in the opening, sacrificing no less than 4 pawns and eventually crushing the GM in like 25 moves in like a tar-like game. And after the game, they went to analyze the game, and the grandmaster commented something along the lines of, look, these pawn sacrifices, that they were just amazing, and like one after the other, and wow, those pawn sacks, next level. And the guy went like, pawns? What pawns? Oh, you mean the little guys in the front row? That don't matter. It's just... That's when the analysis very quickly ended, and the Russian GM did not quite appreciate the, do you mean the little guys in the front row? Don't worry about those guys. They're blocking my pieces. Oh boy, imagine that.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, you mean the little guys in the front row?
Oh yeah.
I didn't bother learning their names. It's just they're blocking the pieces.
So the guy was like using a computer engine and didn't even know the names of the pieces?
Oh no, I don't think it was pre-engine times. So I think he was just he was telling selling a story to the GM rather well, but we just wanted to stir him up. But
okay.
Yeah. No, I think he was genuinely a crafty player who could create a masterpiece. You know, if all stars aligned perfectly, and that might have been the day when the stars did indeed align perfectly. So.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, what a life experience for that GM. I bet that hurt him to the end of his days. That.
I reckon that would he would take it to the grave for sure.
Oh, those little guys.
Oh, the little guys in the front row, he said. The front row.
In the front row. Wow.
But they started off with a pawns. You mean, what are pawns?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah. The little guys in the front row.
Right. What are pawns? Oh, right. That's brutal. Well, Speaking of brutal, the fan of Morphe and student of Andras has come through with a better solution than trying to win an endgame and deal with the little guys. He simply threw away the knight, delivered a checkmate, and it gets his first match win. And they are done for today. Those two.
Are they?
Yeah.
Why? I'm here to support my students, man.
2 points for Morphe fan. You can
Not enough. Give him some more, please.
You can send him encouragement for tomorrow, or I don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
Maestro against Rangel. Deep into this game, which is now very close to equal.
Don't take with the queen, I beg you. Which makes me wonder what you're thinking. Please.
Oh, Morphe fan in chat is confirming that Rook F6 was a mouse slip in the game where I thought Rook F6 might be a mouse slip.
I did think that too, by the way.
Yeah.
Although no, I did say that he blundered, but that was just me being not kind to my student.
Yeah. Yikes.
So, do we already know who Morphe fan is gonna play tomorrow, or that depends on the outcome of the remaining games?
It depends on the outcome of all the matches, I think. Let me see. Let me try and turn to the bracket and see if even I can read our bracket. So, in our bracket, Morphe fan has just won something that we call match 8. The winner of match 8 faces the loser of match 5 tomorrow, and match 5 is what we call Seth versus Falk.
Right.
So that's this match over here, where Falk is currently ahead by 1 point, but Queen F5 didn't end the game. As this game turned out, they are still fighting, and it still looks like an anything goes kind of position. So whoever loses this match will be Morphe fan's next opponent. Yeah.
Okay, cool. And the eventual winner is going to be the person who scores the largest number of points, so there is a logic to how the brackets are organized.
So those who win all their matches will face each other. So in the final round, there will be 2 people who've won 2 matches, and they'll play each other. So that'll tell us which student wins.
But hang on, they already have played 2 matches. I'm sorry for being so stupid, by the way.
So
but
they'll play one more match tomorrow. The winner of the Seth versus Falk match will play the winner of the Dritman versus Chess Numbers match.
Yeah, right. I get that, David. But they have already played a round before I joined in.
Yeah.
So that takes it up to 3 matches, right?
There will be a third match tomorrow. Yeah.
That's the 4th. Oh,
there's only
third.
3
Yeah,
matches.
right.
Only 3 matches.
Yeah, right. Okay, so there's a third tomorrow, and that's that.
Yeah. Tomorrow's
Right,
match is
okay.
twice as many games. It's a 4-game match instead of a 2-game match. Yeah. And then I've got a way of assigning points for however they all finish and adding the points together to find out which coach has won, which is all that really matters. It doesn't matter which student wins. It matters which team wins.
Ah, yeah, getcha. Okay,
Yeah.
I getcha.
All right. We've got a queen trade here coming in somehow. Bishop D8. Rook to D2. Seth initiates the queen trade. Falk gets his pawn back on C5. I mean, I would say anything could happen, but I'm going to go with 4 minutes versus 10 seconds in this complicated endgame. It's probably favoring Falk here. Bishop E6. I guess Rook E5 is probably right. Rook E5.
Yeah, this looks carnage.
Bishop G5. Logical. You never know when a rook on D2 will try to escape on D8.
I was about to say that yeah, put it on a dark square and Lord knows what will happen. But just rook c2 or something to that effect would do.
Yeah. Our second flag of the day.
Rough, man, rough.
But admittedly here, I mean, it's like very hard to find all the right moves for, or to find moves for black, who's in a sort of semi-losing position. So with that, Falk is on 4-0 and advances to the championship match, so to speak. We've got 4 matches tomorrow in round 3. One of those 4 matches you could consider a championship match for the students. There's the match between the 2 students who've won both their matches. He'll be joined by one of these 2 players. Dritman and Bob Joe Jim still going at it. And so far, we're not having any tie breaks this afternoon.
Good news.
So let's see how it's going. I would say Bob Joe Jim's king is looking really denuded, and as I say that, it moves another pawn in front of the king. I haven't counted the pieces yet, but just looking at the white
Queen
king,
G3 is all over.
just looking at the king's position, you would think that black is probably winning. I mean, white's not even threatening FE4, right? Because queen G3, king H1, bishop takes E4 would just be serving it up for black. So
Yeah, so king H8 is obviously the best move here,
so
right?
black could play king H8. Black could play knight E7. Maybe knight takes D4 is good. Who knows? But you would advocate queen G3, knight F2. Is that your first thought here?
Sorry, what was that? I phased out for a second.
Oh, I think you were suggesting queen G3 and then knight F2 was probably like your first thought for what black should do from here.
Yeah, that was my caveman approach to the problem.
Just come straight. Both come straight in at the king and win material. It's like combining the 2 different ways of winning at chess.
Yes. I'm very much an upfront guy when it comes to these matters, David.
Yeah. All right. Falk looking very good today. The only person to score 4-0 in his games. And, Falk was the first pick back in the draft. And then he didn't win any of the intermediate challenges. And, in fact, finished in the bottom half on basically all the intermediate challenges. And sort of yo-yoed around on our power rankings because he just wasn't showing the best in any of those, tactics or end games.
Apparently, he's just good at chess.
Apparently, the only thing he's good at is winning games of chess. That was all he had going for him, and it's working out today.
He knows his things.
Dritman working hard here. Kostya confirms that his student was trying really hard in all those challenges. It just...
That's what matters, trying hard enough.
Yeah. He spent hours on endgames and tactics, respectively, for them.
Knight G5. Never go backwards. Golden rule.
Yeah. I mean, it could eventually go through H3 to F2, but...
he chose the scenic route.
He wanted to tour every weakness on the king side, and there were several spots. Yeah, I don't think this move is bad enough for us to suggest any particular hope for Bob Joe Jim here, but maybe trading off an undeveloped piece is as good a try as any.
Yep.
So, Sophie asking us about who won the third challenge. Our third challenge was a mix of exhibition matches and student lessons. And the winner of that was Seth Lichtenstein. That's how he got the top seed for today. He scored 4.5 out of 5 on his lesson, and he won his exhibition match 2-0 against Dritman. Wow, this bishop takes G5, bishop takes C6, queen C1. Chess numbers just hoovering that material off the board.
The positional depth is just beyond me here. Wow, man.
Black needs some really good moves to make up for knight g5 now.
Yeah.
Starting with rook f4. I think that's the only move good enough here. That's right, Tibble. Queen g3 check instead of knight g5 was a winning move among several, but knight g5, Chess Numbers is taking real advantage of knight g5. I mean, he's really, like, removed 97% of Drittman's advantage.
Hmm. Yeah, that was an ugly move, that knight g5 thing.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. But it happens.
It does. It does. Sometimes you don't see the way. But yeah, I'm regretting that. I'm regretting that knight g5 move. It's just, you know, the fact that white wasn't even threatening to take the knight. It's just so in the wrong direction.
Yep.
Queen f4. A reasonable move. Perfectly reasonable.
Yep. Yep, I quite like that actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bob Joe is playing well now.
Yeah.
Or Chess Numbers, as he's correctly known.
Yeah, he's smashed out 3 nice moves here, so we'll see if he's got another one in the bank. In terms of like the full scores from the lesson session, Nordvik, I mean, I don't have like a handy graphic to give them to you. Well, it's somewhere over here in my other sheet. If we go like to this, can I bring these scores over for you? Actually, maybe I can sort of show them to you. Here were most of the scores. It's not showing Chess Numbers right now, who scored 3.5 out of 5 on the lesson. But you can see the top couple scores here of Seth, Rengau, and Drittman. Drittman, who had a really fantastic lesson despite losing the exhibition match to Seth 2-0 and earned $100 for Team Kostya there. That wasn't that hard to show. Surprisingly, how that was lucky that was at my fingertips.
There's no luck, David. That's your proficiency, mate. That's why you are running the show.
No, really, I should have asked like Hoki to help me out, but like there's just so many things going on. But I should have been like, Hoki, like turn this into an image and this into an image, and I'll just slap them up in my slideshow. Instead, I was lucky I had it there. I thought the lessons were really good. Chat, you guys really enjoyed those lessons. You managed to learn some things from them, right? No further instructions for you today, Rengau. You are free as a bee. And good luck tomorrow. Do you need to know who you're playing tomorrow, Rengau? Is the bracket madness?
It will be one of them for sure.
So, one of them. So Rengau won what we call match 6, which means in the graphics. Oh no, sorry, I should have called it match 7. Okay, Rengau will be playing the loser of the match we're currently watching between Drittman and Chess Numbers. So we don't yet know who you'll be playing, but it's one of these two. Rook d1 to defend d4, h5 to put some pressure on the structure, even though the knight's defending it at the moment. Wait, he had rook to a4, Andras.
That's what we are here for. That's what we are here for, baby. Those sideways moves. Bringing on the dirty.
Yes, chess stock. Chess Maestro will be playing against Dai. Dritman brings Bob Joe Jim's knight into g4. Oh, because he's going to double rooks on the f file here. It would have been more effective to do that without the trade, maybe.
He wants to play rook f8, which
Yeah.
is sneaky to attack f3, but in fact he wants to take the knight.
Yeah.
And after knight h2, bishop e4, f3 falls.
Yeah. Carter, I'm going to say that he didn't see rook a4. I'm not going to... I think rook a4, rook c1... Did he fear that? No, I think he didn't. I didn't think he noticed rook a4 because it's just like the kind of move that's easy to not notice. Bishop h5, similar to rook f8, but a little bit more obvious.
Yes, exactly. That's the downside of that move, that it's too much in your face.
Yeah. It's like no way black's going to let you play bishop takes knight now.
Yeah, that's a bit tricky to blunder knight now, given that it was loudly announced.
Yeah. All right. So now he's going to have to double, and this way white's going to have to see rook d3. I just don't see like the... I don't see the tactical juice coming in for Dritman here. Doubles it up.
It doesn't seem to quite adapt now after rook d3 or something. A knight f6 check is a possibility here to disconnect the rookies, right?
Mm-hmm. Knight f6.
That's an oopsie daisy.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let's see if chess number sees it. Chess numbers looks like he's in the zone. Looks like he's in the zone. I would probably thoughtlessly play rook d3 here. Just happy to be alive, but wait, actually that might even be knight f6, rook 8 takes f6, then rook takes f3 check. Might not even be that much better. I don't know. Ponder, ponder. Ponder, ponder.
Very exciting and fascinating endgame to finish the round with, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and the winner of this game, or drawer if it's Bob Joe Jim, the winner of this match will go on to the championship match. Is going to play Falk in the championship match.
Whoa.
Yeah. Did you see any of the student showcase lessons?
No, unfortunately, I didn't. I have to admit, David, a major shortcoming of mine, but I did not see the lessons. Okay. I heard that it was quite fun and a very successful thing, and I really liked the idea when you introduced it. So
okay, cool.
Yeah,
I was just curious because you're a chess teacher. I thought I would ask you what you thought of their teaching, is if you had seen it. I was quite impressed. So you can see that they spend time with good chess teachers, I think, from how they did. Because even those who, I mean, obviously Seth is a teacher.
Right, I didn't know that. Well, so am I. So it's probably good that I didn't see it, because it would have turned out that I'm far worse than he is.
Yeah, and then I think, yeah, but even those of them who aren't professionally teachers did a really good job of it. What age did you teach, like in school? You taught in school as well as teaching chess, right?
I still do, unfortunately, David.
You still do? Okay.
Yeah.
You've got a day job and a night job.
Yes. Yeah, unfortunately, chess doesn't pay enough me. Not enough for me to safely pull the plug on my day job.
I always thought that like teaching in schools didn't pay enough.
No, actually, that's not quite true. No, I think that in Australia it does pay actually really well.
Oh.
Now, Australia, I think, has been in the top 5 in the world in terms of highest paid primary school teachers. So usually right after Scandinavian countries and Japan, Australia is pretty high up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so no, I would never ever complain about teacher wages in Australia.
Oh, that's cool. Because when I was teaching in a school in the U.S., it was basically like community service. I was living off of my income from chess, and teaching in the school is community service.
Right. No. I know that the US teaching wages are pretty rough.
Yeah,
But no, Australia, yeah,
that's good to
we
know.
we get paid here
That's good to know.
reasonably well, as far as I'm concerned. Maybe other teachers wouldn't agree with it,
Mhm.
but I always think that considering the amount of work we do, or rather I should say that considering the amount of holidays we get, I think overall it's a well-paid profession. It's a tough one, but it's it's a good gig. I don't do, by the way, full time, so I'm a relief teacher, but
You're a what teacher?
a relief teacher, which I think is
Relief,
called
okay.
a substitute teacher in other
Substitute.
countries or
Nice.
whatever. So,
I loved substitute teaching.
yeah, it does have its benefits for sure.
Yeah. Okay, so Bob Joe Jim did go for a version of the knight of six check tactic, and it does win, a rook for a knight and actually no pawns, just a knight. So right now looking very, very good for him. I guess Drittman's plan is to play bishop f3 after the rook moves. It's probably what he's hoping for here. I love teaching new kids, new ages, and new topics every day. The problem with substitute teaching was it was paid even less than normal teaching. Otherwise, I would love to sub all my life. But I remember there was a day where I got paid about the same amount as my bus fare, and then the next day I borrowed a car from somebody and I got a parking ticket, which canceled out all my wages for that day. And and
what the hell, man?
Actually, it canceled out my wages for 2 days, and so it was just I don't know. There was something about losing money for working that was just too much.
Oh mate, what are you talking about? By the way, in Australia, ironically, subbing it pays even more than the regular days because they essentially kind of make up for the fact that you don't get money when you don't work.
Right.
And so it doesn't even up so that if you worked every single day of a school year, you would not earn as much as a top earning teacher, but you would earn somewhere in the middle, which means that you are literally paid by day, the days that you do work. But on that particular day, you earn more than any teacher does if you break it down per day.
So I was taught by the hour. But then they wouldn't pay me for the recess period, or they wouldn't pay me for the hour where the teacher I was replacing has a prep period or stuff like that, right? So you would have
complete bollocks, man.
So,
no Australian union would ever even.
So well, I didn't have a union. I would get paid from 8:30 to 9:20, and then from 10 to 11:27, and then from 1:30 p.m. to 2:21 p.m. and stuff like that. And then it just didn't really come out.
That's insanity, man. There's no way that would fly here.
Yeah,
that is absolutely no way. But once again, I would like to stress that I do think that Australian teachers do really well on a global scale, really, really well.
Yeah, I've heard that right now in the U.S., teachers are covering each other's classes because they don't have any substitutes. And from my experience, it's no surprise. So I think the last hope for Drittman here was really this D pawn, and so I admired the move rook e5, looking to eliminate it. That was the last real.
But isn't there a rook g8 check? Oh no, I can't take f3 because rook f5 check. Ouch.
Yeah.
Okay. That's rough.
This was the last chess resource for black, was that D pawn.
Well, black has got multiple problems here because his lost position is counterbalanced by the 13 seconds he has on the clock, right?
Yeah. Running
And when I
out
say
of stuff.
yeah, the little guys in the front row seem to be disappearing quite
All right.
quick.
No more little guys.
By the way, you asked me, David, what age group I work with. It's basically between 6 and 12.
Okay, very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, given that a draw will win the match for Bob Joe Jim, he can play very, very safely. He can do almost whatever he wants here. Actually, B3 trying to play safely allows C3, C2. Maybe it's not the best. He would have to calculate rook D1 to D3 to C3. He should definitely just move something. I mean, you got to move something.
So, David, have you given up teaching entirely, and now you are being the rich chess coach that we all are?
Well, actually, I was teaching in school when the pandemic started, and then and then since the pandemic has started, my kids have been in and out of school, and so I've had to like watch my kids at home quite a bit, and so I haven't been teaching in school.
So, is that your way of very politely saying that you have been made redundant or lost your job in the teaching,
No.
or that you just chose not to
No, I just
engage?
I had to spend so much time watching my own kids that I couldn't. Oh, he didn't take. What is going on? He just let the C pawn through.
I mean, he's a generous fella. He will cover it later.
Dritman, move your king. You've just been given a gift.
Not quite. Rookie one is still winning for white, no?
And he finds rookie one with 3 seconds left. All right. Good move. Good move.
Oh,
Well,
boy.
He's got the self-propelled pawns. Rook c5 will be found, and that will end that one. I think I would be like a Dritman kind of resigner. You fight to like truly the bitter end, but like when it's like ended, you don't need to like watch the person checkmate you with a queen, you know? Like I think
Yep. I can get behind that idea.
Yeah. Whew, so that's the last of our matches. This second round went 2-0 in all 4 matches. Nobody recovered from losing the first game this afternoon. Maybe harder to reverse things when you're a little bit more tired, right? Because some of them have already played 3 games in the first match, and then
Yeah, dude, I have to say that who needs bloody Squid Game when they can watch this show instead? Like the drama and the turns and twists are plenty.
yeah. Matt stuck around. He's there to cheer on chess numbers, congratulating him. I assume, I have no idea what any like emoji or emote means, but I mean, he's sending pictures at chess numbers. I assume it's some kind of celebratory thing. So yeah, no, there was drama today. We had 3 tiebreakers, and we had some hair-raising positions. The end game technique was a little bit nervier than
I don't know why you would say that.
Than the other skills. I think from what I've seen from the players, it felt like in the end game it wasn't as confident on the conversions, but overall the players played very, very well today. Good openings, good middle games, good tactics. And tomorrow they're going to have the opportunity to sit down for 4 games in a row with the same opponent. So we can announce all those matches now if we switch to
Please do so. I'm dying to
switch to
hear
our
the
graphic.
pairing.
We'll see if I can figure out these pairings. So we will have chess numbers against Falk in match 9, also known as the championship match. And, oh, no, we can make it easier. We can make it easier for ourselves. All right. We're just going to call up an image with the faces already in there. That's going to be good. So let me just replace the image.
We should use maybe characters from Winnie the Pooh or something, just to make it a little bit more confusing.
Like every time you see an Eeyore, it's Rengao.
Yeah, or something like that. I mean, this is too clear and clean.
All right, here we go. This is your bracket, folks. And so here are the matchups. The championship match with slightly bigger thumbnails. We've got Falk against Chess Numbers. Congratulations to both of them. I would say Chess Numbers' first match today against The End X was perhaps the most hair-raising, nail-biting, like, who knows what's going on match. But he made it through. And then in match 12, we've got Chess Maestro against The End X. And in match 10, we have Seth against Morphe-Fan. Match 11 will feature Rengao against Dripman. Have any teammates been forced to meet in the third round? It looks like no. It looks like no. So the way it worked out, no teammates ended up having to play in the finals match here. Does this bracket make sense? Chat, do you know who's playing who? At least
Totally,
hopefully
now
the
that you
participants.
explained.
Match 10 and 11 are both for third place. The winners of both of those two matches will be tied third place.
Oh, we want to decide it, man.
Well, they can play a fourth match afterwards if they want to.
I'm sure they would be super excited after 4 games.
They're welcome to keep playing if they want to. Nobody's going to stop them, right, Andras?
Yeah. Why would you?
Yeah, I mean, the End X is playing right now. I mean, I can't stop them. They've got live chess.
They are
My
unstoppable.
wife might stop me.
Your wife can try and stop you. She can try and pry your hand off of your mouse, if she likes to. But I can't stop any of you from continuing to play. So if the players who finish tied in 3rd, 4th, and 5th, 6th want to just keep playing chess tomorrow afternoon, they can do it.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's our show for today. Players, you feeling all right? Feeling tired? Feeling good? So that's all right with it?
I am spent, but happy.
Yeah, let's play some more.
Spent but happy. Someone's got the energy to keep playing some more.
Don't do that to me, Seth. I thought we were friends.
Seth's like, Chess Numbers, what you need is 3 more hours of practice of 15-5 tonight. I'll play you a 10-game match.
What I need is to go watch the Niners play a playoff game, and
Oh, are the Niners also in the Australian Open?
the same basic tournament. Sure, we'll call
Same
it the
basic
Australian
thing?
Open.
Okay. All right. Well, look, we won't keep you if you're tired. You guys have done a great job. Andras, it was a great pleasure to have you on here to do commentary with me. Thank you very
My
much,
pleasure,
my man.
sir. Thank you. Thank you.
And yeah, just my appreciation and I don't have a hat, but my appreciation and tip of the hat to everybody on a huge effort. Great show. Thank you so much. We'd really appreciate it if you guys come back and do the same thing for us tomorrow. And to our chat and our fans, we can expect tomorrow that we will start with a lengthier pregame show from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. and then matches at 10 a.m. And we're starting early because we've been told that chess.com will raid us coming from Wake on Zay, so we will have some extra friends in chat to watch with us. So please welcome them nicely. There's a better chance that they'll that they'll follow and come back for the next Chess Dojo show. If you guys do a good job of welcoming the raiders tomorrow. Thanks everybody for everything. Thanks chess.com for sponsoring this competition. Thanks to our viewers for also sponsoring this competition. We raised over $1,000 from both chess.com and from our viewers for the show. And yeah, that's all I got. See you all tomorrow.
Hey guys.
Thanks, David. Thanks, Andrews.
Let's send a raid
bye.
somewhere nice.
You mean
North
to me?
America
I'm not,
versus
I'm not streaming, so you can't.
I can't raid you.
Nah.
Is Matt streaming? Is Kostya streaming? Is Slow Dumb streaming? I don't think they are. I think they're all just watching today. So I'm gonna raid Lafong.
How come you didn't raid Amaranth?
Amaranth? Who's that?
Yeah. Oh, come on, man. That's your next raid, compulsory.
Okay.
Okay, your homework now is to look up who Amaranth is, but you must do that in the absence of your lady wife, otherwise you will have a lot of explaining to do.
All right. I'll look up Amaranth and raid Amaranth tomorrow after the show.
I think I would stop with the looking up. I'm not sure that you are going to raid afterwards.
Do it
But,
after, do it after your
if-
kids' show, David.
What's
Do it
that?
after, yeah, do it after your kids' show.
After
do
my-
it
Exactly.
Why
Their,
specifically?
pranks, the
That's
pranks.
the one. That's the one.
Oh my god.
Oh man. Sometimes,
All right.
you know,
Everybody's in on
so
something that
brilliant.
I'm not on. But for now,
if
we're all
you
going to
look
go.
her up using incognito.
Oh,
All right.
boy.
Say hi to Lafong from us. Everybody have a great afternoon. We'll see you tomorrow at the same chess time, but 30 minutes sooner. Cheers.
Say hi to Amaranth for me as well. Bye.
Will do if I ever meet them.
Yeah, you should.
All
See y'all.
right.